So left hand button. Testing. Hello and welcome to the live stream by Canterbury at Polo Farm. I'm Ollie Hills and I'm joined with Ewan Monday. Ewan Monday, hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone's having a good time. Nice conditions today. A little bit overcast for now, but track's looking quite hard. But I reckon it's a run scoring day today.
Yeah, I agree. HSBC have won the toss and will be bowling. Our lineup is as follows. 1. Will Oates, 2. Jack Wheeler, 3. Ben Lyne, 4. Jared Tague, 5. Isaac Dilks, 6. Jared Lysort, 7. Duncan Moore, 8. Ewan Monday, 9. Benno Rutherford, 10. Lewis White, and 11. Ollie Hills.
Strong lineup, lots of
Yeah, plenty of runs to be had.
Can't hear yours.
Sorry, that's number 6, Jared Lowsort.
Still on. Like, you got me saying it wrong now. Why start? Enjoy that.
Jack Wheeler taking strike. He's with Will Oates at the non-strikers end. Will Oates is on his first 11 debut for Canterbury first 11 on the Kent Div 1 Prem. What am I talking about? Sorry, a little bit of nerves here settling in. It's a bit of a fidgety starter we are over here, but this is our first time doing this. Damien, the man setting up, has done a fabulous job setting up all the stuff on the side screen and some footage and the microphone here, and we're just going to have a little play around and see how we go. That's Canterbury off the mark with a nice single tucked around the leg side by Jack Wheeler. Will Oates now on strike. And Will Oates off the mark with a lovely 2, a bit of whippage through the leg side. That one's for you, Alex Beck. That is a glorious cover drive for 4 by Will Oates. He's getting off the mark very well. And boom! Raisem, the umpire. Willows goes bang in the third over. That is a huge hit over long on.
That is a glorious shot, if I must say so myself. Ball wasn't in the best area, but that has been dispatched.
Yes, I feel like Fuller's the way on this wicket. I feel anything short of a length is going to sit up, and Willows will literally eat that with a knife and fork.
I agreed. He's done that quite often.
Yes, so we're going to bring you a bit of chat today. We're not badgers, and we like to have a bit of gossip around cricket. So Ewan's got a few questions for us. Also, we might try and tweet out on the Canterbury Twitter asking for a few questions and engage with the fans. And maybe answer some of your questions as well, but we'll get onto that in a bit. But yeah.
Yeah, well, the first one, what teas is obviously now at the club when you're in.
Personally, I am a fan for a tea. I do love having an option and going to a ground and judging a ground based on a lovely shot there from Willows as he's whipped that through for 4 more, I think, through mid wicket area. Yeah, great shot. Yeah, I'm a big fan of a tee. You know, you go to good grounds. There's the Moat do a very nice tee around these areas. 7X Vine do a very nice tee. Canterbury's spread's not bad, but with the current situation and the pandemic not being able to, I guess it gives you your own option.
I was going to say, sometimes you can turn up to a tea if you're often all the good food's gone, and then you spread. But I personally this idea. What have you got for us today?
Oh, what have I got? So I've got a few bagels, but like the bagel bread with a bit of cheese and a bit of pepperami, sort of that, you know, the sliced pepperami. And then I've gone pretty basic. I've gone banana and apple for the, you know, the health trend that I'm on. And then just a packet of crisps, you know, a bit of carbs, I think. What about yourself?
I've gone for a noodle sandwich. Mr. Kipling Bakewell Tots.
Oh, naughty.
Other brands are available, but
What meal deal? Where's this?
meal deal Sainsbury's.
Sainsbury's, can't
Chicken
go
and
wrong.
bacon. We've got paprika crisps.
Chicken and bacon is certainly a top tier sandwich in the spread.
That was a very good order from Canterbury.
14 off it. Scores on the doors are. You'll have to bear with us momentarily as we update it manually every time. 19 for North, is it? Yeah, this current situation we're in with teas, there was talks of it coming back and getting spreads around, but I guess you can't be too you can never be too safe, I guess, and having spreads out and people picking their own food, it just makes it a bit of cause for concern. So I think current situation we're in is fine. That's another whippage through leg side down to deep square. That could be 4 more, and it is 4 more. Lovely shot from Willows.
He seems to have reinvented himself this year. Batter who bowls, who bats.
Well, I wouldn't say he was either, to be honest, and it's a bit of a rogue shout from the skipper to put him up the order, but he's proving his worth here at the moment. He's a very leg side dominant player who likes to fish outside off, but he certainly likes to go hard at the ball, and I think that could be something for us in the first 10 that we could use. I mean, Jack Wheeler's had a fantastic season so far, really just getting good starts, but not really pushing on apart from the odd game in the pre-season. And that's a great single down the leg side, down to mid-on. So the boys are going nicely here. We're just going to tweet out our using our Twitter for the live stream and to ask us any questions. Should be good. Interesting to hear from anyone to share your thoughts and maybe raise some questions for us and have a little topical debate as we're just sort of sat here in the warm Polo Farm refectory, as you call it, or whatever you call it, as Will Oates plays in down to point. We'll also hopefully get some special guests on and ask them some questions. We see an Ed Govier there, branding his very rogue tattoo on his calf there. I wonder what mustard him to wonder what he thought about when he got that. Oh, Jack Wheeler finding the fielder there again. Scores on the doors are. That's a very good question. I think it's about 23, but we'll update you in a second. Oh yeah. We're back. The difficulty is we can't see the scoreboard at the moment, so it's hard to tell you the score. But I believe it's about 23.
I think it's 25, maybe. Have a look.
Well, we were both very pessimistic. It's actually 29 or 4. We'll update that for you now.
I think that's 1-0 to me, though. It's close to it.
As Will's outside edge is that to backward point. We should be tweeting that message live very shortly if we knew what Ben Rutherford's password was for the Instagram, the Twitter. Sorry.
Bowler comes into bowl.
Oh.
But Jack Wheeler has managed to come the fielder yet again. He's not finding the gaps tonight.
No, he's looking a bit impatient, but knowing Jack, he likes to get back on board, so he usually finds a way.
Being very clear.
Yes, as ever. So, Ewan, going back to our earlier topic, what's your go-to on a spread? You get anything you want. What would you put on your plate?
Depends on what mood. You want some watermelon.
Watermelon's a great
shout. Strawberries, that kind of spread. Something juicy, something refreshing. But let's say you've bowled first, you've gone for 350. Not really looking to do much.
Yeah, lighter food.
Although if I'm not batting high up the order, I will tuck him off into the swing.
It's very known. It's known knowledge. It's dangerous for a bowler to bowl a spell and then come off and eat an abundance of the food. But, I must admit, I am very as it's hit in the air, and that's landed just safe. I think it carried as well. It's a slightly shorter ball. Probably just a bit too pace this wicket, as he's looked to hit that over to us down at deep square, and he's got really nothing in it. It's gone just over the bowler's head, and mid-on tried getting a hand on it.
How much of it you managed to get?
No.
back to the spread.
Back to the spread.
Back to the spread. Do like a little bit of everything.
Yes.
You know, with the sandwich fillings, it's boring sometimes when they cut, you go to the get
Are
one week.
you a 2-plate man, or are you always trying to pack it on a 1 plate?
Always pack it on a 1 plate.
Yeah.
Always pack it on a 1 plate.
I always feel too bad with a 2-plater, but 1 plate's to go to.
Yeah.
Pack it up.
It's quite nice though when you go. I've got different coronation chicken.
Or yeah, coronation chicken goes down well.
Maybe the chicken.
I tell you what, I'm a big fan.
From the ham and cheese.
You can get university cricket. Oxford do a very good spread at the parks, where it's literally a foot-long sub roll, just like the Subways do, and it's exceptional stuff. It really goes down well.
That's right.
These two going well. A good bit of a rate, so. And that's bowled. Willow's going for the big shot down deep square and really just missing it. Not the shot to play on a full one. And yeah, he's paid the price there. Far too full to be playing any sort of shot like that. And I guess the risk of putting in the pinch hitter early on has kind of backfired for the boys for the CCC.
Yeah. Very good start.
I think the key for the Canterbury boys is our batting and our strength in depth. We have a deep batting lineup with yourself coming in at 8, Benno coming in at 9, I believe. It's Ben Ruff. That's a strong batting lineup, considering a few years ago in the Premier League, Ben was opening the batting and doing quite well. The new batsman is Ben Lyne.
And Ben Lyne off the mark with a nice cut. Slightly short, slightly wide. Put it about the point for 2 runs.
Big shout out to the Twitter follower Major Percy Flage. If any fixture could be described as a banker, this is it. Well, HSBC haven't had the best of starts as Ben Lyne cuts that just wide of backward point for 4, I believe. Yeah, HSBC haven't had the best of starts in the season this year, but you never know. They came up with us 2 years ago to the Premier League, and they have a few good players who, on their day, can hit anyone about. I know well firsthand that Sadiq Khan can hit a very, very long ball. He's hit me for the biggest 6 I've ever seen. A few of the viewers might know what I mean when I tried bumping him out at HSBC, and one of the top windows got hit pretty hard with the ball. I think the ball came back and it had glass on it. So yeah, every game's a different one. Polo Farm is a bit of a flat wicket, and we're going to look to kill it off early and pose a big score and sort of flush them out with the middle overs of our spin. But you never know with these sort of games. But thank you for the tweet, and hopefully we'll get a few more that doesn't rip into our opposition. We've received another question from one of the fans, Nathan Pereira from the Moat, I believe. Did you make the right decision to leave your hometown club that you've played for since the age of 7 to play for a team in the same division? Well, Nathan, the way I see it is the Moat provided me with a lot of opportunities, but you just grow out of it. And I looked at the Canterbury and the way they were 2 years ago and the setup they had, and I was very impressed. They've got the outdoor facilities and they've got a young, really motivated and inspired team with Gareth Jones as the coach as well. Yeah, it wasn't an easy one for me, but it was one I think I had to make, and I'm thankful I made it. It means I miss out on some beers at the after game, but that's a sacrifice I've got to make if I want to play at the best standard possible. I think I know we're in the same division now because of COVID allowing Upchurch to drop down a few divisions and the Moat getting promoted from Division 2. But these things happen, and I always know there'll be a home for me at the Moat when I'm 40, trundling in, bowling my medium pace. But thank you for your message. We will be updating the score from the live stream very shortly, but it is tricky not knowing the score or seeing the scoreboard.
Yeah, it is. As the game passes on, we have another question. If you have one lasagna on top, do you have one big lasagna or two separate lasagnas?
This question was sent in by James Waterson of the Moat, so as you can tell, I imagine the Moat are having a very quiet day. Personally, I think you have one big lasagna.
I agree with you.
I think if you lasagna is a dish based on layers and layers, but what dictates how many layers you have of the lasagna? So I think you can have a very tall lasagna, but it's not. There's no chance it's ever going to be two smaller lasagnas. I believe it's going to be just one big lasagna.
Yeah, well, when does a lasagna stop becoming a lasagna? It's like the age-old question: when's a pond a lake?
Yes, that is a very good question.
When's a hill a mountain?
When's an Ollie Hills a mountain? That's the
Exactly,
question.
that's one for you out there. If you could, when is a hill a mountain?
Or when is a lasagna too tall?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, thank you for those questions coming in, viewers. As we've updated the scoreboard now, but it's a good point that lasagna. We enjoy those sort of questions. I believe that's a wide ball down the leg side to Ben Line. Yeah, bowler's not happy with that. I wonder why, because leg side wides are in fact a thing in Div 1. You think you know that, but
So, Ollie, we've got a new question in here from Max Rutherford. He says, "Who's the best batsman that you've bowled to?"
that's Max Rutherford, older brother to Ben Rutherford, who's playing in today's game. Hello, Max. Thanks for joining us. I bowled to a few decent players. I've been lucky enough to bowl to a lot of national ties as a net bowler. I bowled to the England team out in Australia at the MCG, which was a nice experience for myself. But in terms of who hit me cleanly for a very long time, I'd say Prithvi Shaw. Back when he was probably 19 and I was 18 at the time, or both the same age, at Beckenham. Beckenham's quite a notoriously flat pitch, and I was doing a bit of net bowling as he was there for the India A game, and he just smoked me. I was bowling fairly sharp as well at the time. I felt good and was injury free, and been bowling quite well as well. And he just smoked me all over, and had just so much time about him. But other good names, Darwin Milan's up there, just with his cut, and but someone that's in the pocket is Joe Root. So you're welcome for that one there.
Do you want to explain the story about it?
It didn't get above ankle height, and it was in the nets. So we won't talk any more about that. But what about you, Ewan? You're a bit of a notorious fast off spinner that doesn't turn it. How many scouts have you got? Who's you bowled to?
I've got a couple of scouts. I mean, net bowling for both Kent and Middlesex. In the past, I've got scouts of Milan in the nets and Eskenazi a few times, but don't take those. If it's in the nets, it's in the nets. I'm not sure you can count that, so
You always count them.
you always count them. So they're both in the pocket. In games, you've got the likes of Varun Chopra, Ravi Bopal, both playing at Essex at the moment. You've got the likes of Lewis McManus at Hampshire. And obviously, the one and only Jared Tague at Canterbury.
Now that is a big scalp because he is a good player. The other player that he reminds me very much of, and he is in the pocket from a net bowling. It was a genuine nick-off. Is Rakeem Cornwall.
Exactly, and that's the segment I was trying to get on. How do you think he's going to fare in international cricket? Do you think he's got a proper future?
Who, Jared Tague or Rakeem Cornwall?
We'll go with both.
Well, Jared Tague's a Kiwi, Aussie, Englishman now, so I think he's doing fine. He'll settle well in Div 1 in Canterbury in the Kent League. But Rakeem Cornwall's doing his job. I would like to see him score a few more runs. He has shown glimpses of potential. As Ben Lyon is bowled what looks like an in-swinging Yorker, hits middle stump, and that's 2 down now for Canterbury as we are about 50 for 2. This is our captain Jared Tague entering the crease. It's around 45 for 2. Oh, great whippage through deep square, and that should be 4 more as deep square can't chase that down. That's a great shot to get off the mark. Yeah, shot, Jared.
Yeah, very Rakeem Cornwall-esque, I think, he'll find. So back to that. How do you think he'll fare in international cricket from now on, Rakeem?
I mean, he's got all the attributes. He bowls good off spin, I believe. With that height and that bounce, he's very hard to sort of pick up, and he can be a dangerous batsman down the lower order. There are issues that are circulating around with his fitness and his weight, but I mean, he does 2 factors of the game very well, and he's a very good slip fielder as well. So he's found a way and found a niche in the game for him to thrive in, and I think fair play to him, and he's proving people wrong. So good on him.
I would agree with that, absolutely. And what about Devon Conway?
Devon Conway, oh, what a knock.
What a test debut that was.
Well, I mean, he just never looked flustered, did he? He scored 200 of the easiest runs ever, really. He got 100, just took the helmet off. He barely celebrated. I mean, if I scored 10, I'd do that sort of celebration. So,
Helmet off.
oh yeah, helmet off, bat up in the air. Yeah.
Another question. You've been struggling. 35 balls later, you nick one through the slips and it goes for 4. Do you celebrate your first runs to get off the mark?
Can I have some context to this question? Is it a league game?
It's a league game.
Are we batting first?
We are. You're struggling.
Am I batting in my regular batting position, or am I getting promoted where I rightfully belong?
Let's go. You're getting promoted. You're batting in at 3. You're scoring freely at the other end, but you're really struggling.
Okay.
Do you celebrate those first 4 runs?
This brings me back to a very bad time when I had a shoulder injury for Canterbury 2 years ago, and I got dropped down into the 2s to play as a batsman. And we went to Beckenham, and I think I batted about 4 or 5. And Jared Tague was also playing because we were struggling. I think we had Tando Natini as our overseas at the time, and I was batting 4 or 5. And Ben Lyon as well, who's just the previous batsman who was out, was also playing. So we had a fairly strong side. And for the life of me, I just couldn't hit it off the square. I scored about 18 off about 70 balls, which for some people is good going, but for me, it was painful. And I mean, most of it was through third man. I think I hit one bomb. Well, I said bomb. I plinked it over mid the bowler for 4.
It's not a bomb.
I mean, in my books, it's a bomb. But yeah, if I nicked one through the slips, I'd probably laugh at the chat that they're giving me, because I know by that point in Div 1 in the Kent League, you're bound to be copying it from anyone. Yeah, I mean, look, you just got to try and as well bowled by the bowler there, as it just shapes away, I think, a little bit.
Just nipped in a little bit.
Nipped in, shapes away, does all sorts of this ground.
Bit of a wizard.
Bit of a wizard.
On the topic of chat, we've had some bad chat. We've got a resident terrible chat comes from Ben Rutherford. He's been a bit quiet recently, but what is the best chat that you've heard from him in recent times?
Ben Rutherford. I mean, I wouldn't say best chat. He's been very quiet this year, actually. I'll give him that. And because I didn't play last year, it's kind of hard for me to rack up any sort of chat that he said that's good. But he was known in the Premier League to say very nice every other ball, which mentally drained a batsman. He probably can hear us down there as he's working, but no, he's got his headphones in. We'll ignore that. He's got his headphones in. Look, I think the team we've got, we're known for some good chat. I think Wills is quite a good player, but that's not bounced, and that looks like he's going to... No, wow. I can confirm that's not bounced.
Don't know who's more in despair, yourself or the bowler.
I mean,
we get a half roly-poly.
Half roly-poly.
So good. Half roly-poly. Quite often seen with
Yeah, we've all been there as a bowler myself.
Have you ever gone for the full roly-poly?
As a celebration, I have. I think someone else got the run out, and I was just excited and gave it a little roly-poly. But as we see Will Oates entering the pavilion again, as he seems rather upset with his dismissal, but ladies and gentlemen, it was really a poor shot. I'll see if I have any more questions lined up for the live stream. Oh, little shape in there, actually, just looking at the live stream. Yes, the open bowlers are both doing a bit of a job, but Canterbury are still going at a bit of a rate of knots. Hopefully, if they keep the wicket tally down, and they can really sort of capitalise in the middle overs. Speaking of the devil, we have got a message from Will Oates, and it's a very good one, ladies and gentlemen. Out of the Ashes winning 05 Test team, who would you most want as your best man at your wedding?
Oh, it's a very good question.
Edged for four more by Jared Tague over the slips. But yeah, we'll start with you, Ewan.
it would be, you couldn't go without saying.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
think he would be the star of the wedding, which could take away from your day, but I think he would really bring some charisma to not that the wedding isn't going to be charismatic or for the wedding, but I think that could really make it yourself.
2 words. Gary Pratt.
Main, elaborate.
What a man.
Exactly.
You have Ponting in the pocket without bowling to him. You're living rent free up in Ponting's noggin. Top 6 inches in the brain. He'd be an absolute. Oh, imagine the scenes. He didn't do anything apart from one of the most iconic run-outs in the history of the game. Oh, imagine the chat and the vibes he'd bring.
The most famous player for England.
Correct. Other than Darren Stevens.
Well, that's a different story.
That is a very different
We'll
story.
go on to that topic later. But Gary Pratt, that run-out, that moment.
Perfect piece of fielding. I mean,
I was 5 myself when it happened.
I don't know how. I was probably 6 in it, I imagine then. But yeah, no. Jokes aside, there's a lot of characters in that 05 team. You got Kevin Peterson as well as a bit of a character. Garrett Jones seems a bit of a jokester, and as the Canterbury coach, I know firsthand he is a bit of a prankster and enjoys a laugh. So he'd be potentially up there. But yeah, Gary Pratt's my one. It's a rogue one, if that's allowed. I mean, it is allowed. I'm allowing it.
I think that works. Didn't fancy having Australian come along.
Well, they weren't in the 05 winning team, were they?
So it's a winning team.
I don't know if it did, but we can edit it. England win. It was the England side. It was the England side. Although in the Australian team, there's a lot of characters there that you'd want. Shane Ward. Can you imagine the scenes on the circuit of that? Oh my.
That'd be loose.
That would be loose. No, but I'm going to stick with good old Gary Pratt. I think he's got a lot to offer. Even though I've never heard the bloke speak, imagine just the stories he'd tell on the night.
It'd be the same story over again. But...
Yes, it would be. In different vibes. I think the bowler's still bowling. I can't remember how many. This is his 5th over, I believe, or 6th over maybe.
6th over, I think. .58 for 2 off. A play and a miss from Jack Wheeler.
Yes, unlike Sky Sports, we'll be doing the live coverage for the majority of the game, unlike them chopping and changing every 15 minutes and repeating themselves. We're committed to the cause, and we'll probably be doing this every other over when we're bowling as well, because chop and change, commit to the cause. We've got the live stream now. Well, as he squirts that away to backward point.
Give it our best go, but I've got a lovely question for you. What are 3 things on your cricketing bucket list? And anybody watching, feel free to tweet us at Canterbury Cricket Club and tell us yours, but we'll start with you, Ollie Hills.
Oh, I'm just munching on my cereal bar at the moment. Top 3 cricketing moment. I tell you what I would like.
On your bucket list?
On my bucket list. And it's an aspiration I've been wanting for a few years now. It's quite a small one, but it's one I know I looked at as he's pulled that through deep square for potentially 4 more. And a bit of a long outfield out here today, so it's hard to tell. No, he's cut that off 2 more. I would like a Kent League fifer. I feel like I've bowled well enough and long enough now to know how players play in this standard. I think the closest I've been to was a 4-fer against Gall Court and a few other 4-fers here and there. But yeah, I've not really had the overs under my belt at the moment this season and last season as well, given the COVID. So I would like a 5-bag, and maybe even something small like similar to that, like a Kent League 50 or a Kent. He's whipped that through mid wicket for a lovely
through mid on.
More whippage, just that go for 4 more. That was a cracking shot there by Jack Wheeler. Yeah, just the average bucket list really. I like to get to the Prem again with Canterbury as a winning team. I've never actually been promoted with a team. There are a few years back in the day with the Moat where we were quite a strong team but never quite made it. But this team that Canterbury have got at the moment is quite a decent one, and I'm hoping we have a good season and fingers crossed all goes well. But yeah, the 50 and a 5-bag would be nice for me. What about yourself?
I think the first thing on mine would definitely have to be a boxing ticket at the MCG. That's the first thing on my bucket list. I've yet to do it, got plans to do it. Yeah, a great experience.
Now I've done that. I did the Boxing Day test in 2019 when Cook got the 244.
Wow, what a day. Do you remember much of it?
I remember the first day, which was the Boxing Day. I went with my dad. My dad came down to Australia when I was overseas, and we were sat in the Australian stands as Warner got caught on 99, and we gave it incredibly large. And you can imagine a lot of abuse came our way as we as we found out that Tom Curran couldn't keep his foot behind a small little line. Day two, I believe I went out. I didn't go to the game, but I went to the pub and got unbelievably drunk and watched it. And then day three, I was in the Barmy Army stand as Cook was scoring his double ton, and Stuart Broad also scored a very good 50 to bat alongside him. And that was probably one of the best days I've ever had sober, like as in hungover, because I couldn't muster up the courage to have a drink. Hair of the dog was not working. Um, but it was just incredible the way he batted and the whole atmosphere of it, of ripping into Nathan Lyon and Jackson Bird. Probably the only day in that series where the Barmy Army was actually loud due to the fact Cook played such a fantastic innings. Um, but yeah, it was an incredible game, incredible day, and it is probably up there as a good bucket list dream. Really, that's a good one.
Yeah, but I think I'd also like to tick a few more stadiums. I'd like to play in a few grounds. I think everybody wants to play at Lords. I think that's on most people's bucket lists. Play at the Oval seems quite flat. Very good opportunity for chat there. Even if they hit the four, they still haven't got it off the square. So
That is very true.
I think that's there's a one part bucket list there, but see where everything goes at the moment. Obviously, getting promoted with Canterbury is definitely up there as well.
Yeah, good. That's a good few bucket lists actually, because county grounds are quite a big deal, because the Oval is such a nice ground, and like you say, it's everyone's dream to play at Lords. But I tell you what, I'd want it to be a genuine like a genuine match, because you know you get those that 8-side comps which you can go to, and it has to be it'd be like you get those cup games as well. I just want to play a game in the Oval. That'd be amazing. I've heard the facilities there are incredible, and the whole atmosphere as well. The Aegeus as well is a nice ground. All the county grounds actually nowadays are incredible.
Quite flat as well.
Yeah, quite flat. What is the scores on the doors? As we'll update that for you now. Who's that telling me to stop talking? Ayla. Shout out from Ayla to tell me to stop talking. No, I will not stop talking, as there's a new bowler bowling, left arm seamer down the hill. It's not me, it's someone else, probably a bit quicker than me. More whippage from Jared Tague as he comes back for the second. They've got a field set for this now, as their bowlers are probably looking to bowl quite straight on this wicket, which I don't think is a bad plan, but it means it's a very spread field, as they've got deep backward point, or just in front, sorry, a fine leg, sweeper, and a third man. So they've gone quite defensive early on, really. No slip in place as well. Would you reckon that says the mentality of HSBC at the moment? I don't think they've won a game yet this season, and I don't think they've had many abandoned. I think they've played the majority of their games and still lost. So, would you say it's probably showing the mentality of HSBC's mindset at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, it depends how the captain wants to go. I think he's protect the runs, not let the game get away from him just now, and then see if they can get a few wickets late in the game and try and restrict too many. But I think that almost plays into our hands a little bit, giving our batters time to settle and time to score lots of runs. And potentially one of these two could go on and score a big score today. But it's cricket, one ball, that's all it takes.
Yeah, they do have their Sadiq Hassan is a very good off spinner and very positive, quite a good pace in the air. So he'll probably look to draw up the runs a bit in the middle overs. But it just interests me a bit, really, because, I mean, 2 down, you really want to think, I know the run rate's going at a bit, but you just think, like you say, just that one wicket, if you get that man at slip, whatever, or man on the drive, the wicket looks like it's doing a bit at the moment. It's not as flat as it's been in previous years. So it's
Yeah, it looks a little bit harder underneath with the amount of rain that we've had recently, and that could still be playing a part.
it'll be interesting to see how it dries out during the day. But yes, we'll need to post a big score in order for us to draw up the runs. And yes, I think the department they've been lacking in is their batting currently. The bowling's not really been an issue, but you can never win a game when your batting lets you down. Really, as we found out 2 years ago in the Prem, we just suffered from panicking and run chases and not knowing how to post a decent score in the opening up. So fingers crossed we can rectify that this year and this game, and see if we can post a big score today.
Here we go.
Oh, that's far away.
What's your favourite cricketing word? Cricket specifically. It could be a word that's normal but used specifically in cricket.
So it's only a word or a cricketing phrase?
A phrase or word that makes sense with cricket but not really by itself.
Oh yeah.
And do you know?
No, that's not mine. God, that's a very good question. Well, I find it funny if you to talk to someone who doesn't play cricket, to talk to them about fielding positions, like silly mid-on, point, square leg.
Yeah.
I think those are sort of some rogue things that if you were to talk to someone that didn't know the game, it'd be quite interesting.
Where square leg came from? Do you reckon the first person standing had square legs?
I imagine it's something to do with when you're looking at the batsman, there with their pads on or something. I don't know. I'm just plucking out of air here.
Yeah.
Point. Do you reckon the captain just pointed there and go, "You go there"? There's all these questions we don't know. But as a new bowler's bowling now, I believe this is the captain, Hassan. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, phrases is a different question because I'm a big advocate for good players go twice. If you see a player bomb you for a big six over long on, you at square leg can scream "good players go twice," and it just mentally gets in their heads.
Even if they're on 95 not out.
Even if they are on 95 out.
Good players go twice does get.
I have another question from James Waterson from the Moat. Question: what's heavier, a ton of bricks or a ton of feathers? That's easy. They both weigh the same. Another question from him is: what did it feel like to peak at 17 years of age? It felt good because at least I found my peak, unlike you. Sorry, that was aggressive.
I think that's
that was very yes. It's been an emotional week here.
We also had a question.
Who's this from?
From Max Rumford, I believe.
Oh, Max Rumford. We've got some good supporters here listening onto the live stream. We can't see how many of you there are, but
he said, "What's your best cricketing memory?" They're playing memory and then watching memory.
Right.
Now that's tough.
That is tough because there's so many that come to mind.
I reckon I'll start. My favourite watching memory. I was coming back from Lords one day. England were playing India, and Sachin Tendulkar, the man. We tried to see him at the start of the day coming from the nursery back into the actual ground, but you couldn't get near him. He was swarmed by people. And then he unfortunately fell ill later in the day and had to go to hospital. But as we were leaving, we walked out. Just this figure with a few security guards, no less than 2 metres away from me. Sachin Tendulkar getting into his car.
Oh, wow.
I was starstruck. 4
more to Jack Wheeler as he plays that through long on. That's a great shot, by the way. But carry on with the story.
Yeah, I was starstruck. Little kids. Sachin Tendulkar, 2 metres away. That's what dreams are made of.
Did you say anything to him?
No, I was scared.
In awe? You were in awe?
I was in awe. I couldn't really think of words to say.
No, that's fair enough. How old were you at the time?
I must have been about 12.
Oh, wow. That's a very impressionable age as well, isn't it?
Oh, exactly. Probably the same height as him as well.
Probably taller. Right, I've got mine, I reckon. So, I mean, I've got 2 memories for playing that will sit with me very well. One was I was the first Kent Academy fast bowler, or I say fast, medium pace bowler, to bowl to get a fifer in an academy game in an under 18 fixture. 5 wickets against the Chris Gale Academy. I was on 1 after my first spell, bowled a genuine nick off some Safa who was quite a handy player. and the rest of my wickets were all caught long on, long off in the death. So
Alright.
a bit of plinkage perhaps has to be done.
Yeah.
Then actually no, the final wicket was an absolute screamer by Sam Smith, who currently plays Kent Twos as a keeper for captain of Bromley as well. But he took an absolute screamer for behind the stumps as it was a thick outside edge. So that will stick with me forever, being one of the my uncle was there who doesn't usually come to watch me play, and that was nice. The other one would be what was it? It's just escaped me. Yes, it was actually playing here at Polo Farm. I was playing a second 11 game against Essex, and a few of the viewers might know what I'm talking about. As we were playing Essex, I was bowling down the hill fairly sharp, and I got one to nick through the gate to Nick Brown, and the stump went absolutely cartwheeling, and it was probably the best ball I've ever bowled. And it would just sit me for a while because all my friends were from the Moat at the time, came down to watch. The overseas at the Moat was playing for Essex, and he was actually batting next as well, so he was a bit nervous coming in to face me. And it was just one of those days where everything clicks really, and it really went. Everything was in motion, felt good, rhythm was there, and I felt sharp. And hopefully I can rectify that. I can do that again today. So what's your playing one then?
No, there's lots to choose from.
Yes. Yeah.
First time you ever scored.
How'd you get it?
Well, it was quite strong. Best at 100.
Hundreds, 100. I was going to say my 100, but again, I was thinking the standard wasn't the best.
No, but when you've got multiple, the first one's the one that sticks out.
I've lost count. That's why I think Jared Tate should actually probably get me up the order, because I know how to manufacture an innings, unlike Will Oates. Sorry, I said it. I'm sorry. I backed the team. And it's well played by Jared Tate, actually. New bowlers bowling. I've got a very good playing one, actually. This will sit down well. Again, we're going back to Australia. And it was a time, so the Boxing Day Test 2019 or 2017, 2019 I think, 2019. It was the bicentenary Test anniversary or centenary Test anniversary. And during the lunch break, they got all the players or the old players from that time to drive around in a Jeep, and they were waving to the crowd. And the only name I recognised, I'm sure I'm probably offending a lot of viewers out there, was Bob Willis. There was a lot of good names probably out there. I couldn't name them off the top of my head, but Bob Willis was the only one at the time that I recognised. And everyone was waving around, and he was waving back, and we were all waving. They're driving past in the Jeeps, fairly close. I was probably row F, I want to say, row 14 or something, not too far, but on the bottom level, so they could see me. And everyone was waving, and I just decided to do the bowing. You know, as you put your hands above your head and you just bend forward and like bow down to them. And he saw that, and he did it back to me. And the late great Bob Willis did it back to me, and a few other people started doing it around me and whatnot. But I was like, it just made it. I really appreciated it that it was me he did that to, and I was hoping there and then I was like, well, when I make a career of this cricket stuff, I'll tell him about it one day. But sadly he's passed, and I'm also not going to make a career out of it. But that's neither here nor there, as he squirted that away through a backward point off the off spinner. That problem is with this outfield, it is incredibly long, as that's just held up in the deep outfield for two more.
Unlike polo, usually it's lightning.
Polo usually gets faster, and it's quite bad, and it's quite annoying as a bowler. But
I like it. You know, it's good for sliding around, good for diving around. Or comes to 75 for 2. That one's dug out by Jack Wheeler. Jack looking to go a little bit aggressive now. A few dots and a run down the wicket. It's also turned into a lovely day down here at Polo. Sun's out, as you say, fun.
In the sun.
Exactly.
I'm a strong advocate for that. Even when it's raining, fun in the sun with the boys. That's my motto. As he's done it against Squirted, and that's got through as well. Maybe 2 more.
Good hand from the fielder there, by the looks like it. Put the ball down. Good cricket phrase that.
I think it just sums up. It's easy to go for the motions when you're fielding, and I think it's good and it's fun as playing for Canterbury. As we're all quite a young bunch and we're quite a sprightly bunch. So I think it epitomises us as we just look to have fun and enjoy it. We do seek run-outs every game. Jonesy has set us a target of 1 run-out every game.
We're currently on 5 run-outs in
Two
official
full games. Yeah,
official games.
You're one of them. You got one of them, or you 2 of them?
I should have had 2.
You should have had 2. I'm on 1 as well. So
I don't know how you've got 1. I do have 1.
I can talk it through if you want.
Dilsey on 2 run-outs, I think. Ben Rutherford on 1.
Yeah, that's top fielders in that group.
It's a gun fielding side.
That is a very good. We are a very good fielding side. That is one thing that we probably should be telling team viewers is that we're lightning in the field.
Oh, I've also got Jack Wheeler behind.
Thanks to my mum for saying I might make a career out of commentary. Cheers, mum.
We'll be back each home game.
Yeah, we'll be here, chatting it up. I'll try and get some maybe some special guests, as we probably look to talk to Will Oates as he's still moping around with his awful skin fade. Let's have a look at that. I mean,
on a trim rating from 1 to 10, start from the bottom. I think the fade itself, I'm going for a 4. It's a great fade.
I mean, it's not a fade. It's just a skinhead. It's horrific.
Ice gun.
Oh, as he's whipped that through straight to deep square, but it doesn't carry as he's let that go. Deep square, Jack Wheeler's now. Now this is a problem with Jack Wheeler. I like to address. He's a phenomenal batsman with a huge amount of talent, and I've known Jack for a few years. Just seeing around the circuit, he absolutely smokes it. Hits it very hard. But one thing I've known playing with him for a few games now. Sorry. Very good for a 30. Very good for a 20-30, and then he'll give this chance. What do you think to that? Do you think it's a mental thing, a mental bit of application that he's now got a great shot there from the captain?
Me, personally, I'm not worried about it. I think he's going to score lots of runs. He bats in the same fashion.
Oh,
he
yeah.
hits the ball very cleanly, I think.
I agree, but I think he's a phenomenal player. But I feel like he's just given that chance away when he gets to those 20s, and he's a player that I enjoy watching. You get those players that you sort of watch and you want to see smoke it and still be out there. Because the way he hits the ball, and he does hit it 360 and cleanly, he's just a phenomenal addition to Canterbury. And I just want to see him bat as long as I can for 50 overs and then have to keep to my throwdowns.
Oh, your throwdowns, that really makes it. I saw you. Good throwdowns today. A few full tosses.
Well, I've actually not warmed up yet today, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a bit of a niggle in the shin, as I've got a bit of a shin splints going on. But no, we won the toss early on and decided to bat. So I decided. Thank you, Ben, for making some noise behind the commentary. No, thank you again, Ben, for interrupting my speech. No, I haven't warmed up yet. We found out we were doing batting at the toss, and I think it's a team game, so you've got to, as he wills, it's that over just wide of mid-on. He's not got all of that. Captain comes back for second.
Nicely plinked into the space behind.
He's been playing a lot of golf this week.
Yeah, we've seen a few videos.
Yes. We have a group chat which is a bit lively and a bit sprightly, and
putter off the tee.
And I tell you what, the captain didn't actually hit his too badly.
Yeah.
Jared Lysort, who is also known as Sid in our parts, we can't say the same for him. It was a bit of hooking around the corner, and then God knows what else.
6-3 is what I heard.
Question from Geordie Marsh, a good friend from university who's actually listening to this now. Hello, Geordie. I'm batting at 11, mate. I know it's a shambles, isn't it? But each their own. We're a good team, and we bat deep, so here we are. But thanks for listening.
Tail starts at 11 today, I think.
Best number 11 in the Kent League, and I've said that for the last 5 years. Best average in the team at 9 in the Kent Prem, 23. I didn't get out a lot, but there we go. Let's see if we've got any more questions from our viewers on the live stream, the Twitter account, shall we? I can't imagine we have. Oh, we got one more. Sue Line. I imagine there's a relation to Ben Line, watching from Australia. Sue, hello.
How's the weather? Is it as lovely as it is right here? Sun's shining, a few clouds in the sky, nice and hot.
I believe Ben Line's from, I want to say Sydney? Gold Coast?
42 Wallaby Way,
P. Sherman, 42 Wallaby Way. He's not a Melbourne lad, I don't think. No, I know that's Sydney. Anyway, hello, Sue.
As the skipper runs down, straight back past the bowler.
It's a great shot for 4. Really good use of the feet there, and it's incredible loftage. as we are on 82 for 2.
Good start.
I believe we're playing the full 50 overs as well today. There was no disruption with rain. The outfield earlier on looked a bit wet. Oh, a missed stumping there. Or has he hit it?
He's hit it.
The nutmeg, yes, that is also my version of the cover drive.
Here's a new question. If you could invent a shot,
I don't need to name what the shot would be.
Name the shot. How would you play it and what would it be called? Jack Wheeler sweeps in front of us.
You put me on the spot a bit there.
Give you some time.
At university in my first year, a few years back, I was known for trying to get the helicopter out.
Olicopter?
Yeah, the olicopter, could call it. That's for white ball there, Balabola. It'd be something rogue and it'd be something into out, I reckon. I imagine it'd be like an into out cover drive over the top of an off spinner, but you keep going with the wrists. So you into out, but you like follow through. I wouldn't know what I'd call it. I'd probably just call it the
into out extra cover.
I'd call it the hokey pokey. Into out, in out, because you go in out and then you go follow again. So probably like the hokey pokey.
Nice.
That's got a bit of a ring to it as well.
Yeah.
So saying as you asked me that question, you must have something lined up. And I put you on the spot.
I hadn't, yeah. I reckon you start deliberately using different parts of that.
That's an incredible shout.
And I think you just see where it goes.
Are we talking the sweep off the back of the bat? Or
sweep back of the bat, maybe call it the Merlin.
The Merlin, mystery, yeah. Or what about the kind of scoop shot?
Oh, with the hand?
With the back of the bat.
Ooh.
You don't know which way it's going to go. That's, Can't set a field to that, because if you it's like what Ian Botham said with his bowling. If he doesn't know what he's going to bowl until he gets to his delivery stride, how's the batsman know? Well, if you don't know what you're going to where it's going to go.
Another option is coining the term snooker kick. Get down on the front leg. Sweep it. Go to sweep the off spinner, but just snooker cue it back past.
Snooker cue it. Thanks, Mum, for calling me a chatterbox. We are loving these questions, by the way. Keep firing in with some questions. I know Alex Beck's got plenty for us if he's still listening.
He's been a bit quiet.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder where is he today? He must be at university.
I believe he's still at university. I believe he might be hungover.
Oh, really?
I think the last snap I've opened is him claiming to have retired from drinking. That's a wonderful shot.
Is that in the air? Or is that formal?
Gone for one bounce.
One bounce.
Over the top. But that's lovely striking. Alex Beck, I retired from drinking.
Now,
that's true.
We all know that's a lie. We all know that's a lie, as we send a photo back of us with the mic and the setup here, which is a lovely setup quietly. Damien has done a brilliant job in providing us with all the footage, the cameras, the mics, 2 laptops here, or whatever this monitor is, giving us a lot of options to look at some screens. There's a camera out front in front of us. More whippage from Wheeler as he whips out quite far in front of square, but so slow.
Fun quite a lot.
Now I'm hoping this sun will dry out the wicket still for us, because what you don't want to do is you want it to be moggy and marshy for us, and then for their conditions to be dry and potentially actually turn. Imagine as it gets drier now, it might turn.
Turn it anyway.
Well, you don't turn it, but I do. So
yeah. Leaves 4-2 and then leave it.
Now I'll tell you, going off cricket, because we hate talking about cricket.
Yeah.
White Twix. I've discovered these.
Gone.
And I say that, but my mum knows I haven't discovered them recently. I've had them for a few months now. These are my guilty pleasure. You do a run, and you do something, activity. That's over the top again.
It's a lovely shot.
Over extra cover, I think. You could chase.
Slow.
It really is slow here today.
We're not just talking about the rain.
Yes, these two are probably not known for their running abilities. But yes, White Twix, phenomenal stuff. Would really invest.
White Kinder Bueno.
That's the top tier anyway.
Top 3 chocolates. We're on it.
Firstly, send us your options
Really?
because we'd like to hear what you say, and we'd rate your sort of white ball there. We'd like to hear what you say about this. But thank you, Alex Beck, for a reply. Kinder Buenos are up there.
Yeah.
Galaxies are up there. I'm not a big chocolate man, and I'm going to say White Twix, I imagine.
Nice.
I'm a big white chocolate man, as he's hit that again even further. This will be a one bounce four. That is a great shot. Serious extension of the wrist and great whippage.
Very good over for Canterbury here. Yeah, back on the chocolate. I think there's a range.
Yeah, we'll do a score update now. But sorry, viewers, if Ewan's a bit quiet. He doesn't offer much anyway, so it's just hard getting him to speak up a bit and be a bit more confident. It's his first proper league season. He's a bit of a youngster in the team. Actually, he's probably one of the older boys now, but.
I was on the young football stuff again today.
I tell you what, it's an absolute joke. That I remember.
You're on the old side today.
I'm a floater now. I'm between the olds and the youngs, and today was the first time I've lost a game. But yeah, it's a joke. I'm in the old boys team at 21. What is the score on the doors?
18.
Motoring along.
Yeah. Jack Wheeler, 43 or 49, strike rate of 87. 31 with a strike rate of 61. He works that one in for no run into the leg side. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Out to the cover boundary for one.
Oh no. Damien's just informed us that there are 2 Spitfires flying over up the Spitfires.
Yeah, symbol of Kent.
Symbol of Kent. Yes, great. Good to see them still knocking about.
Yeah, what a machine they are as well.
What was the engine made? It was a
Rolls-Royce.
Rolls-Royce engine. That's right. Yeah, them and the Hurricanes flying about. World War One, World War Two. Sorry. Oh my goodness.
World War Two. Wow, brush up on your knowledge.
Yeah, Jesus. Oh, the leg spinners. I believe. That is in the air.
That's 4 runs. That's the full toss to Jared. He's hit that for 4.
No, I believe this is Richard Gelborn, the bowler. I've watched on the live stream that the Moat do very well on Frogbox. Good bit of kit, but this leg spinner seems to turn it as a wind ball nearly just attacks us in the clubhouse from one of the youngsters just playing and messing around. Yes, here's Gelborn comes in again. Great, well played, just wide and. This is the problem with the live stream we have now. We have just had a fan come in with our favourite tea, and viewers that would be more thoroughbreds and long term would have known that we spoke about that early on in our commentating careers early on today, as he's put that through extra cover really well. There's a great stop in the field, I believe.
Back for 2. Here's one. Are you watching anything at the moment? Anything Netflix, anything YouTube, other streaming services are available?
I'll tell you what I've just finished, and I know a lot of viewers will probably go, how is it taking you so long to get around to watching it? But The Office US.
Oh, okay.
Serious. I finished it in about 2 weeks.
Good going.
And it's 20-minute clips. You just sit there and you watch it, and you get through like a series a day, and it's phenomenal viewing. It's not big laughs, but it's like little chuckles, and it's good viewing. It's good background viewing. Like if you're doing revision or whatnot for exams, it's just there in the background, there to watch. It's funny. It does have a narrative. One of the things, I'll tell you what, my mum and I were watching. It's a great reverse sweep, because that goes all the way for 4 through third man. No, me and my mum were watching Schitt's Creek, which is on Netflix together.
Apologies.
It's spelled Schitts. Before you all comment and try and get me cancelled. No, that was good programming. But the only problem with that was it wasn't long enough. It was 20 minutes, and that was the end of the episode. I wanted to see more like story behind what the episode was about. Yes. What about you, Ewan?
I'll tell you what I've recently found on Netflix again. Merlin. What a show that is.
What, the BBC
one?
The
BBC one. It's now on Netflix again. And 20-minute episodes.
How many
series?
Only 5?
13 episodes a series. Oh, it's wonderful.
I might have to give that a watch, because that's a bit of a childhood.
I've been going through it, I think, already. In a matter of days. Every single episode there's something new. Something storyline is.
Saturday nights after cricket, you get in. Was it Saturday nights? Wasn't it, or Sundays?
Oh, I think it was Friday. Whatever it was.
I think it was Saturdays.
Oh, might be.
Whenever it was fantastic in the afternoon just to watch and have a pizza or have some dinner watching it with your dad and your mum.
Yeah, and that's 50 up for Jack Wheeler, I believe.
That's 50 for Jack Wheeler, as he's batted seriously well here for the boys. Yes, he's looked completely in control. It's not an easy wicket, but one thing we would like to say is a big thank you to Damien and MMS 360 media team for helping us bring this to live stream today. We mentioned it a bit earlier, as the setup here is phenomenal. The facilities are good enough as it is, really, but we mentioned the 2 monitors, the live stream equipment they've got on the site screen.
As well as not using it, we still have another camera to bring into play in future.
Yes, what we're going to try and do now is try and link up this camera as part of the scoreboard, so you can see live scores, as we don't have to keep updating it manually so much. But no, Damien has done a fantastic job pretty much coming out of nowhere. I think he knows Richard somehow through the University of Kent. So
Everyone knows Richard.
everyone knows Richard, but no, he's done a fantastic job here today. No one really knew he was coming, and he set it up as Wheeler comes down.
Oh,
And
that's
that is massive.
Oh, that's almost a tennis court.
That is
Boom!
huge. That's 6, more like a 9 to quote Sansa TV on YouTube.
Yeah.
That was massive hit. Nearly hit the camera, blimey.
Dancing shoes. Bye-bye. I think is the term that a fan favourite, Danny Morrison.
And boom goes Wheeler.
I believe the man on the moon does have a visitor, courtesy of Jack Wheeler. We'll get that one out for you.
And that one has an air hostess.
It does. We can't get them all out at once, but the ball has been lost, so we will be having a quick 1-minute break.
I'm going to go get my...
And we have fan ballers play resumes. We've got a guest. We've got William Oates. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Ewan, how are you?
Yeah, good. Do you want to talk us through your innings, please?
Well, there's not really much to it, if I'm perfectly honest. It's just C-ball, hit ball, except for the one I got out to. Eyes lit up a bit too much.
C-ball, miss ball.
Yeah, C-ball nick onto the stumps. No worse way to go.
C-ball not hit the ball quite enough.
No.
Okay, standard.
Question for you, are you a jam and cream man, or are you cream and jam?
Oh, it actually depends on what part of the country you're in. See, if you're down in Devon, you've got to go the cream first, and then the jam. If you go maybe towards Cornwall, you go the reverse way around, so you go jam, then cream.
What about if you're in Canterbury?
If you're in Canterbury, you're doing very well to have a scones with cream and jam. I'm not going to lie to you.
Okay, I have another question for you, Will Oates, before we let you go and keep sulking. An elephant lays an egg on top of the hill. The sun rises in the east, but sets in the west. It's on top of a hill. What way does it roll down the hill?
It doesn't matter. It's not going to roll down the hill.
It's not going to roll down the hill because elephants don't lay eggs.
Thank you very much for that, Will. We'll leave you to it. Cheers, boys. And the end of Jack Wheeler's innings has happened. He's been caught off the leg spinner. Good innings, good start to the team. Shame he didn't quite quick kick on. So as the new batter walks in, it's Isaac Dilks. Came back to the team this year. What's also come back to us is the sunny weather.
Yes, it's glorious weather now.
It is glorious weather, and it has been for this week. So I want to know, what are your top 3 beaches around Canterbury?
Well, as a regular tourist to Canterbury, I'm not one to know many areas, but however, I will say Whitstable had a good beach a few years ago. Went down there.
Where's it gone?
Pardon? Oh no, I mean
believe it's still there.
I went down there a few years ago. A bit further away, nearer Ashford, is Dymchurch. I believe that's a cracking beach. I had a very nice beer down there as well. I don't even know if I could name another beach, to be honest.
Broadstairs Beach.
Camber Sands, Broadstairs. I didn't know Camber Sands was down around here, to be fair. But as I've been told by the stat man behind me,
Batman Willows. What have you got for us? Have you got any stats for us?
Not yet.
Not yet. We'll have some stats coming to you very soon.
as Isaac Dilks sweeps that to the man out the boundary.
Loves a sweep shot.
He does love a sweep shot. But so do I, but that's the difference between me and him, is that he hits it.
Death, taxes, Dilksy doing a sweep shot.
Grass is green, the sky is blue. Isaac Dilks loves a sweep shot.
Yes, he does.
The scores on the doors are 125 for 3, as it's not been updated on either. Oh, that's 4 more. Just in front of us is we see Damien go and field the ball. Let's see what his arm's like. Not bad, little left-hander though.
Oh, left-handed.
And he's drinking a lager, so he's a good man.
Bit far. What does she say?
Obviously. $125 for 2 is what Play Cricket is saying. However, we know they're 3 down, as Wheeler was departed last over for a very well made 50 odd, 56 I believe it was. Tell you what I am looking forward to, as I'm looking forward to the young Duncan Moore making his first 11 debut as well. We saw Willows earlier on have a little bit of a punt up top, but Duncan has shown a lot of promise in the nets recently. He's worked hard throughout the winter with Garrett and his coaching staff down at St Lawrence School. He's a promising young talent and a gun fielder as well, so it'd be nice to see him get some runs. He had a little go up top against Sandwich and got done by the only ball that swung, which was unfortunate for him. But
unfortunate for him, there was a photo of his subs being rearranged in his hands.
I mean,
it's
tough to rip into a youngster with but it was a comical photo, and I'm sure it will be brought up many a time. But yes, keep sending in your questions to us.
We have a new question. Trilogy. Pizza Hut, McDonald's, KFC.
I thought you were going to say the Cornetto trilogy, and you got me very excited.
Go on then. Elaborate on that then.
We'll
go for both. Go for the Cornetto trilogy.
Right, so no, we'll start with your initial question, and then we'll prep up. Because
McDonald's, fried chicken or a pizza?
McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken or a Pizza Hut.
No
sponsors. McDonald's sponsor us.
No.
If I had to choose one,
what would you go for?
If I had to have forever, I couldn't have it. I couldn't have any of the others.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
McDonald's.
Yeah.
If I couldn't have any of the others, just because they've got the most variety, I think.
They've got the broadest range.
I think I enjoy the chicken the most, but I love a pizza. But I think the pizza is probably the it sounds weird, but it's the classier option out of the fast foods.
Yeah.
And pasta. You don't go on a night out, finish your night out and have a pizza. I think that's wrong. You have like a burger, or you have some chicken wings. That's it. You don't really go out and have a pizza or chicken nuggets. Correct. You don't really go for that option of a pizza. It just sits too much, I feel. People do, and I may be wrong, but and it is good grub through maybe beforehand. But no, that's the order I'd go for.
Ice cream parlour.
The ice cream parlour is dangerous. Sorry, Willow, it's in the backs for getting that.
The ice cream parlour is part of the parcel.
To be fair, I have not been. That's the issue with COVID. I've not been to Pizza Hut.
Funny enough, I haven't been to a restaurant during COVID.
Funny enough, neither have I. As there's a misfield there, work through to the mid wicket to the man out on the boundary.
On the topic of the Cornetto trilogy, you were going to elaborate.
Well, I mean, the Cornetto trilogy sits deep in the hearts of Canterbury players. and it will do for a long time. I know Ben Rutherford and Will Oates behind me are big fans of the trilogy. So if I say anything wrong, I will be stared at intently. But I believe the first one was Hot Fuzz, or was it Shaun of the Dead? It was Shaun of the Dead.
Cornetto.
It was Shaun of the Dead. Then it was Hot Fuzz. Then it was World's End. I believe that's the order it came in, and he's nodded at me. In terms of order of preference, I can't do that because they're all too good. But I do. I must admit. I tell you what. I will admit. I was a late comer to Hot Fuzz,
Film.
but I'm glad I found it because it's iconic. And I think in terms of the iconic quotes from that film,
There's so many.
I'd say that would probably pip it for me as the best one.
What's your favourite?
That one. That's what I'm saying.
No, what's your favourite?
I don't know. You says you don't know what people are moaning about.
It's a very good one.
Yeah, there's I knew pub,
Cornetto.
a cornetto. I knew nobody tells me nothing. There's plenty of quotes.
There's so
in
many good.
um,
He's bored.
yeah.
He's got a long
Great big bushy bit. That bit.
He's got a long
Oh.
It's gonna be. Rings a flower.
Thanks, Mum, for saying I'm a natural. A Star Is Born. Yes, Mum.
Good film.
That is a good.
Great
That is
film.
also a good film. Sad ending, but I've not watched it. But she ruined it for me. Good soundtrack. As if he's actually the singer. As we come off here for drinks, I believe. Yes, we've not been commenting much on the cricket here today, as it's sort of Canterbury seems to just just trot along at an easy rate. Had a bit of a blast up top, and spinners are sort of bowled okay-ish. It's evenly poised, I'd say. They've got 3 wickets. Our middle order are going to have to do a good job here. But yeah, it's, all in all, I think both teams would be relatively happy. HSBC haven't had the best starts of the season. Canterbury are going to look to put.
Important question. Sun cream or zinc? Or both?
Now, as some of you may know down there, I'm half Portuguese, so naturally my tan comes out very well. So I'm very much a half zinc man,
Just half cream.
just on the face.
No sun cream.
No sun cream.
No sun cream, just zinc.
Harder than the sun.
Sun can't take away your down, apparently.
No,
You've got
although
the
it did take me down last week. I was very burnt, and I learnt my lesson.
Is
So
that the non-half Portuguese side?
yeah, that was the legs.
Ah,
That was the legs when I was sat there waiting to bat, never going to bat. But as we have Jack Wheeler coming towards us, the man of the moment, we're getting a very good 56, I believe he scored. What about it, Jack? Anything for the live stream? He said, "Don't hit it in the air," and that's very good advice to the youngsters out there. There are but what I would say is there are no fielders in the air as well. So it's when it comes down. Okay. We're back now as the players have come back for their drinks. On the topic of drinks, Ewan, what's your go-to drink to buy on a night out?
Depends on the stage of the night.
We'll go early doors. We'll go in the pub.
Early doors in the pub, nothing beats the pub.
Nothing does beat a lager. What's your favourite lager?
It depends, it changes. You're very
Weird man.
standard in Canterbury, obviously. Back home, you're looking at Moretti.
Yeah, that's such a. For the viewers out there, Ewan is from, I believe, Hertfordshire way.
No, London.
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 So a Moretti is a very correct shout for a common like himself. I'm ashamed to say I do love a Foster's off tap. I'm an absolute ashamed, but nothing goes down better, to be honest, in my opinion.
I think when you're getting into the night, I think nothing beats the cherry tree special. The piggy drink from the cherry tree goes down very, very
That's a
nicely.
shout out to one of our sponsors, the Cherry Tree. Get down there if you want a nice beer or a nice wine. Speaking of sponsors, big shout out to Damien and MMS again, 360 Media team, for helping us bring this live stream. Just absolutely phenomenal. We've got now cameras set up even closer on the pitch where we can see a few more of the players. Duncan turns around to us as he looks. Yeah, no, he can't see us. I wonder what he's talking to. What do you reckon him and Sid are talking to? Sid is
I'm not sure
Jared.
we've got that much in common though.
No, Sid is Jared Lysor and Duncan is
Duncan.
a young 17, I want to say 16, 17-year-old playing for us.
Yeah.
I can't imagine them talking about much, really. It'd be an interesting topic of conversation. Quite like this one in the middle, Jared and Isaac. What do you reckon they're talking about?
I reckon they talk about cricket.
And how much they hate it? Or how much they love it?
Probably a bit of both.
Mm.
Lots of people think, oh, I love cricket, and then when they get out, they hate it.
Yes.
It's a totally right sport. Guilty calls out the reverse sweep. And goes for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. Reverse sweep off the leggy, outside of quite safe if that's something you play quite often.
Yeah, Isaac's a phenomenal hockey player, and he has been for quite a while. Very good with his good wrists, and very able to sweep and reverse sweep the ball, and picks up length exceptionally quickly. Yes, the weather's looking rather nice here now as we come into the 26th over, I believe. Scores on the doors are, as we wait for it to upload. Play cricket. It's not uploaded yet, so we can't really see unless we go outside and check the scoreboard, which is less than ideal. But Will Oates has done that, as I believe the open bowl is now coming back onto the bowl.
148 for 3 of 20.
$148.
For 3 off 26.
Now I usually look to double at 30, so fingers crossed. A lot of runs to be had out there.
Yeah. There's lots of runs still, and as we said earlier, a very deep batting lineup.
Yes, Sadiq Hassan finishes his 7-over spell there, none for 37. Bowled well, but again, it's so flat here and it's so hard to defend as a bowler.
Really have to get your feel for
Yeah, it's a tricky one, especially as a spinner as well. I don't know if you find it, as he's pulled that away through the gap, that could go all the way. Actually, no, it's such a slow outfield. It just slows down. Come back for 2.
trying back to, yeah, I think what you really find here is that you want to reduce the ball as much as you can when
I find that the case as well. Seam, even in the first 10, you almost don't want to go searching for wickets because it's so easy just to leak runs that way.
As a fumble, the run down to batting. I think that's somewhere they could have improved in the first inning, before the
Yeah, fielding. It's a big thing, isn't it? Fielding in the game of cricket, and you look at it, and uh, as we're getting waved to it by the dugout, no, it's a big thing, fielding. One thing I've noticed in this live stream at the moment, and I'm sure the viewers will find this quite interesting, is can you tell the difference between the two batsmen? Isaac Dilks is the one wearing the long sleeves.
Yeah, good. It's often difficult to pick out the differences in the batsman, and the long speed is an easy way to tell.
As he pulls that over mid wicket, and that's formal. That is a great shot. Really, the little lad is really good on the short ball.
You have to be good on the short ball, I think, to make it at a high level, which is what I think Willow just didn't quite make it.
Yeah, great shot. We have had another update that Ewan's not close to the mic. It's still a little bit of shape for the open bowler here. It's the camera. Oh, I think there was batters. He does another half roly-poly here.
We talked about it earlier, the half-road pole is often a good way to go.
How do you think you can convince an umpire to get an LBW as a bowler like yourself and an off spinner darts it in a bit?
I think you firstly have to go with the eye contact. The eye contact is huge.
I've never heard that before.
I think it's massive. You look at, obviously they're going to be darting, they're thinking, it's out, is it not out? And then if they eye contact with you, you've got to convince them. You've got to go with the facial expressions as well. Often the double hand up in the air, maybe the one knee, often the two knees. You just got to, I think if everyone goes straight away, you've got a much better chance of getting the decision going your way. But then it also depends on how out it is. I think if he's stood in front of all three, you don't really have to do much.
That is very true, but I must admit I'm very prone for a no look.
Just the run.
The celebration, which I know is now coming into under review, but I don't see it as disrespectful. I see it as, in my belief, it's out.
See, I struggle with that one because I've slowed down by the time I appeal as a spinner. So if I suddenly hit the pad and start sprinting off, it's a little bit slow.
Well, yes and no.
Speeding up for the appeal.
That's a great sweep shot, as that's probably going to find the gap. That's formal. That is a great shot by Isaac Dilks. He really latched onto that and found the gap with the two fielders out there. That's a great shot. But yes, they're double hands in the air. Eye contact must be a very good one. Eye contact is a key. But yes, I've never seen the backward roly-poly before, really. I've seen an appealer fall away maybe once, but not both times he's done an appeal. It's very
Here's the question: is if you have an appeal coming down, what's your next go-to? Do you then go and agree with the umpire? Do you? Oh, how was that? How was that now? Was it sliding down? Oh yeah, it was sliding down. It's a good decision. What do you agree with them? Do you ask them? What's your tactic?
I will always and will always agree with the umpire.
Yeah.
Purely because I spoke to a very good umpire who's done around the Kent second 11 and done the Premier League for a number of years now, Dick Ellis. Incredible umpire, probably one of the better on the circuit for that I've seen. He says if you're being a bad bloke about it, a twat essentially, how's he going to give you the next LBW if it's 50-50? If he likes you as a person, and even like it's natural human instincts, isn't it? It comes down to that. Like if you're under scrutiny as an umpire, you're not going to want to give an LBW, no matter how it is, or if it's 50-50. I think it just comes down to like you've got to agree with them, or maybe I sometimes ask the question what I thought maybe it couldn't have been, or sometimes I ask them the question where I think maybe because I'm a left arm seamer, I say did it pitch outside leg, and if they say yes, I accept that. Sometimes I might ask a different question just because I know it didn't pitch outside leg or whatever, but I tend to try and agree with them purely just so you never know, that next 50-50 one might be a bit closer or might benefit.
Yeah, and just a little update from the second. We have an update. They won the toss earlier and put the opposition into bat. They're currently 50 for 7 off 24. That's a brilliant start for the twos. No, no, that's a great start for our team. And, into finding some more questions from your friends.
It's a lovely shot from him. Wicket. Isaac Dukes is called for the second, but running with a slightly slower partner, he turns a bit like the Titanic, and that's an insult to the Titanic. But yeah, so the sun is really coming out now, and it is a glorious day here at Polo Farm.
Many other places I think I've ever been.
Maybe the bar after a nice win, 18 big points.
Yeah.
Yes, given it.
No roly poly and
No,
given.
maybe that's his issue. Roly poly.
No, cool down.
Jared Lysor in at 6 now. I'm trying to get an update from Play Cricket on the scores and the doors. However, it's being a bit slow at the moment. Yes, Ewan's had to leave me to get his whites on as he's batting, I believe, 8. I want to say. Yes, he's one after Duncan, as the leg spinner Goulburn continues to bowl. Viewers, keep sending in your messages. It'd be interesting to see what you think, and if you have any topics to raise or bring up, I'll certainly still be here until I have to bowl. As Lysol whips that through mid wicket for 4 more, that's a great shot. He's a man that needs a few runs. He scored a very good 30 with last week against Linden Park. Really timed the innings well and gave us a bit of an emphasis on the later part of the innings that we needed just to close out the final bits of the game and secure the 18 points. He's a handy middle order player that can really go through the gears for us. And it'll be interesting to see him go well here. That is fingers crossed, of course. He looks to go back and work that through deep square leg for a single to the man out of the boundary. Canterbury are currently sat at 2nd place, I believe, 1 point behind Minster, who played the exact same amount of games as us. They had a few games rained off, as I'm joined here by Ben Rumford. Hello, Ben. No?
Alright.
I'm very well, Ben. Ben's got some party rings for me here. That's a very good little scoop there by Isaac Dukes. Party rings are a known source of food in a tea, so I'll tuck myself into one for them. But yeah, Canterbury currently sit, I believe, 2nd in the table, 1 point behind Minster. Minster have played 2 points. 2 games, Canterbury have also played 2, both won, and had 2 games, both also rained off. So I think they got 1 more point due to the fact that they had a extra bit of a game played and got a bonus point somewhere. That's why we're 1 point behind. But yes, HSBC are currently at the foot of the table, yet to get off the mark this season. I've had a tough run of games, so they'll be looking to rectify that today, and hopefully, on a biased point of view, the Canterbury boys can get a little win as Ewan comes back with his whites on, pads and gloves ready. He's got the score for me, which I'll update for you now. Sorry, viewers, I just had to have a bit of my lunch, and it was quite crunchy, so I thought I'd better not. Funnily enough, we just had a little bit of a laugh as we saw Will Oates and Jack Wheeler going for a little lap. And I must admit, I must confess, I thought it was Ed Covey and his missus.
Direction.
And the missus who is, I think she's 7 months pregnant, bless her.
That's down to you. But if you're on the right for runs, yes or no? If you're batting, obviously.
Right for runs is it's an unwritten rule.
What about left for lots of runs?
Now, I've never heard that, and now that I've heard it, I wish I hadn't heard it, because I think that's just completely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right for runs.
I'd agree with you there. And then how about boundary bowls? Can you play a good game of boundary bowls without flags?
Right. Some of my best boundary bowls work has been here at Polo Farm with no boundary ropes, and also at the moat. Having played at the moat for a fair few years, they don't use rope. They only use rope as well.
Okay.
If anything, I think structurally, you play your best game bowls with flags because you can just go around and keep it simple. But in terms of livening it up, and if you look around here, lovely Polo Farm right now, you've got the covers you can play with, you've got the side screen, you've got the trees on the far side, you've got the nets to play with, all that around the far side where the tennis courts are, far side, and with the nets and the AstroTurf is just a whole array of boundary bowls fun. And at the moat as well, it's known for HSBC is quite a good boundary bowls venue. Beckenham's a good boundary bowl venue. I don't think flags are necessarily needed. I think flags help keep structure to it because I think sometimes it can get a bit silly when you're trying to aim round a tree and into the bushes, whatnot. But
into the bush.
There's been some rogue shouts for where you've got to aim for with the jack as well.
I feel like flags often slow the game of boundary bowls. You have more targets, shorter throws. I mean, without flags, you often throw sort of 40 yards. The dream
Yeah.
shot.
Well, I was going to ask, do you not use the jack like another ball, like a pig?
It depends how many things we've got over the last 2 weeks. If we find enough different colours and enough variations you can throw your own ball from your opponents, then yeah, get a jack in. Maybe a tennis ball.
The jack livens it up, I think.
It does.
Yeah, tennis ball, wind ball, whatever.
Marble.
Oh, I think that's a very. Oh, there's a slow ball there. Deep point. That should be 2 on the arm. He comes back. That's good running. These two are a bit quicker between the wickets. Now, I must admit, it's been very hard for me. I don't know about you, Ewan, but the urge to scream out "well run" or "great shot" has been very adamant, and it's been very hard to refrain from yelling any things or "well batted" when Wheeler scored a magnificent 50 as he looks on laughing at us.
We have been unable to the old run and save him from commentary, but you know we've got the support out on the sideline, just behind the boundary, on a couple of benches and a few chairs. We've got really good support. It's a little bit windy, so I'm not sure if you can hear them when you're out in the middle, but I think Willow said he could hear us when he hit a few shots, and then when Jack Wheeler hit that 6 off.
That was
got those views.
Shot. Yeah, hopefully you can hear us. There's been talks of Ewan being a bit quiet, but we're trying to work on that. Again, he's a bit of a shy guy, you know. No, we're just a bit of technical issues. We're not sure what that is. We're both literally sat here cuddling, trying to speak into this mic.
It's quite comfy.
It is very comfy. Yeah, well, I'm a comfy guy.
Yeah, I've been told the same.
As we move on from that.
Bowler comes in, holds it straight, and that
Picks up that length brilliantly, doesn't he? He really does just know how that's a pull ball. I sit back and defend that, and that shows the difference between us. As we're 171 for 4 of 31. You're really looking to score 300 here.
would be nice.
I mean, it'd be rude not to, some might say.
I think we'll see how the batters coming in next.
One thing we'd like to try and get for the viewers is an interview with Mr. Wheeler. Ethan can't hear us, but we try and get an interview. We're not sure why it's not working loudly for you.
No.
Hopefully we can try and get a little interview with Mr. Jack Wheeler.
Really good, Dukes.
Great cool shot. Jack Wheeler. Fellas, as we were mentioning, it's really hard to not scream out and applaud our batsmen, but celebrate the successes, as they say.
Some of us are cut out for commentary, and unfortunately, I don't think Jack is one of those. But Jack, you've known Isaac for a long time. What do you think of the young lads? Do you think he's a good player?
Well, he hits it well. We're joined here with the man of the moment, a great 50 by Jack Wheeler. Jack, what about it?
Thank you, mate. Thank you very much.
How'd you find the conditions out there?
It wasn't easy to begin with. It's very wet, so there's a lot of running involved between the wickets, and I'm not a big fan of that, if I'm honest. But I think the boys now they're in now, they're set, and the sun's drying it all out, so hopefully they go big.
Now, what do you say is a sort of par score on this? You're looking for 300, you'd say?
You'd like to think 300 out here with the boys set and in, especially on 179 for 4 with 18 to go. But you never know, the bowlers could bring it back if they tighten their lines up a little bit more.
Now, that's driven really well to mid off by no run for Jack. I have a question for you. You may know that the Canterbury boys have created a very good playlist for team showers and team celebrations. What is your favourite song to belt out?
Oh, it's got to be Rum and Red Bull. What a tune.
Could you make a little rendition for us?
I could do, but I might wait for this evening for that. I can't lie.
I was hoping you would say 1973 by James Blunt.
We all know I love that song. We all know I love that song.
It is a bit of a belt.
It is a serious playlist. I say myself, what is 12 and a half hours worth of music already?
12 hours 22 minutes is what I saw it last.
Very good DJs, I heard.
Yes, DJ selectors.
Cheers, Jack. Thank you very much.
Thank you, boys.
And that's a great shot from her.
A little paddle sweep from Dilsey there, and we've just had an update. It's hot.
It might be too hot.
It might be. Now, what a show that is.
No, that is a great show. That is a great show. But in terms of the update, that one came from our group chat where it was just a bit wet one day. You just went update wet. Now the boys just frequently update us on conditions and lives and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I believe Max Rutherford just said update. It was a bit warm and had a beer in hand, so good on him. Shout out to Danny Payton for saying this commentary with a laughing emoji. So I hope that means it's good as. Dilk squirts that over top of back of point for potentially 2, if not 3. No, just be 2. Just be 2.
He glides, doesn't he, between all the filthy.
He really does run quick. I mean, he's a nightmare to run with because he does always look for that extra run.
Right, the thing is, somehow his head doesn't really move. It just glides across the surface, and I think he's very quick.
He is. Just browsing. 192 for 4. Blimey, the boys have really cantered along. I think the thing is, you've got to be positive in these sort of phases of plays. Got to look for the singles. We've been sent another question as a new bowler. I believe this is the opener from top end is coming on again. Ewan, floppy hat or baggy or normal hat? We'll go with the 3 options.
See, I'm an advocate for I like a baseball cap. I do. I think it's very good. I mean, I'm a very active fielder. I think I run around quite a lot. My movement's quite good, so it's important to have a hat that stays on my head. But nothing beats a floppy. I do like the rigid floppies, so less of a floppy, more of a wide brim. But they do go in the wind, and here at Polo we found that there's nothing more humiliating than chasing a wide brim as it runs away from you. It's almost like chasing a plastic cup.
It's not ideal. I mean, I am a big fan of a floppy of recent years. I'm a big fan of a baggy cap as well. And it's full toss, and that is really whipped through the deep square leg, ran more long on area, and that should race away for 4. That is a great shot. Full toss, nearly a no ball, as that's probably waist high. Did well to get that over the top as well, but yeah, I mean, nothing can beat a baggy cap. I think getting presented your baggy cap and wearing it and seeing it sort of fade, it's tradition. I think, and I've seen some good baggy caps in the time. I've seen some bad ones, but yeah, I think currently the way the boys shape up, we wear baseball caps, and I think that's the way.
I've got another question that's just come in. What are the things that a village in cricket that you wouldn't realise if you're not a cricketer? So we're talking keeper, helmet on, standing back, short sleeves. What are the... that is humongous from Jared Lysaw.
That has gone miles, and the umpire has raised it and nodded. Oh wow, that's not even gone that high off the ground, but he's really hit that far. That's his new Keeley bat. Shout out to Keeley. Get me a free sponsorship, please. That is massive. He really latched onto that, and that's probably not far off the camera of the slant screen.
No, yeah, but what are the village
traits,
characteristics? What else would you say? Short sleeve standing back with the lid on, I think, is the biggest one for me. Black shoes?
Black shoes was the one that came to mind. Yeah, you're looking at old pads. Like the pads, like the old sort of gloves, the old pads.
I've seen keepers and batting pads.
Yes, keepers and batting pads. Short sleeves. That's not a big thing.
Some mixed opinions. Some people seem to like it. Some people seem to hate it.
I mean, it's each their own, isn't it?
Obviously, captures it. I don't really see the issue.
Agreed, but I know the full pain of the grass bones you get on your elbows. So I would think he'd want to protect himself somewhat, but they're each their own. No, there's not a lot I can do. I can't sit there and think there's village. You've named the 2 that I'd say. Black shoes are a big one. Keepers are a big one. Umpires, like umpiring for your own team, whatever. That's the village.
What about the old bat swap? Controversial because number 9 comes in, hits a few, gets out. Number 11 comes in. as he walks off the boundary, the bat swaps hands and the bat comes back for a second innings. What are your opinions on that one?
That can be a bit village, I think. Yes, it can't be confused with a bat break by a player who's got 7 bats in his bag.
I think that's quite good. 7 bats.
So it's a fine line between gun and village, I think, and I think that's the way cricket is, teetering on the edge of village. Yeah, what else would you say is sit there and say is village really? You've always got the big barrel-chested open bowler that sort of nibbles it around and goes to stand at slip. I think that's a character trait of village cricket you'd see quite a lot.
Yeah. I reckon there's one there with having 3 6 in the 20th over, not because the ball's swinging, but because the fielders.
Let's take it's that too, who tries to run out on Dilks, but Dilks was quick to it.
Because the fielders are unable to move.
I tell you what I've seen, which is bad. I wouldn't necessarily link it with village, but it's up there as being incredibly embarrassing. Is not bringing your whites to a game.
Yeah, we almost had that last week with the young Bob. Bob.
Oh, and that's huge again. He really has hit that as a low full toss, and he's really punched that straight down long on.
That's 6 more runs for Jared Lysell. Oh, Jared Lysell.
He's the love of my life. I can't say the next bit.
No, neither.
But no, he's known in our parts as Sid due to his lockdown hair, his lid looking very much like Sid from Toy Story, the young kid's child, like the toy murderer, we'd call him. He looked like a bit like the preteen Sid. So we've
stuck that. Sums up the team. You know, lots of nicknames come from Disney movies. We obviously have Sharkbait,
but that links with his name.
It does.
Mr. White, Sharkbait Hoo-ha. Yes, I think it's quite a nice team. So actually, everyone has some nicknames. Yourself as Mufasa as Lion King. I think that's quite a catchy one. I've got Roddy, not to be mistaken, just from Rod, but Roddy from Flushed Away as a lookalike.
Not only
No. We've got Private, the good old Private as Will Oates, a bit of a space cadet, a bit of a goober, not sure what's going to come out of his mouth.
Lights are on and no one's home. Someone's home every now and then, but when that person is home, I don't think they know which house they're in.
The lights on upstairs in their home aren't on.
Yes.
Then we've got Korg, the Captain Korg.
Does put beers in the bucket?
No Wi-Fi, no password, obviously. And he's leant back and absolutely pulled that. That is for 4.
He's found the biggest boundary on the pitch. All of the boundaries today are quite large.
We are fairly central today, but he really did middle that as well. That's what I talked about earlier. Is Jared Lysell going through the gears now. Hopefully he can continue this for a few more overs, because a few more overs of this would be quite dangerous for us. Max Rutherford agreeing with our comment of the floppy cap. Yep, thank you. Where's he going to go now? I think he's going to look to try and get that single, as he does. No, can't get it through backward point. But good over for Canterbury, as we probably race up to about 220 now. Yes, it's not as easy as it probably looks doing this commentary stuff. We haven't got any access like Sky Sports to the scores or any stat man. We're very much off the cusp here. So hopefully you're all enjoying the commentary. We've had a few comments saying we're very good, a few comments saying we're very bad, but hopefully we can do this week every other week. I believe we've got an away game next week to Bromley Common, and then another away game after that for Hayes, I want to say. But after that, we should hopefully be back onto a week on, week off basis. We had last week we were home to Linden Park.
Yeah, 4 games, 3 for the season.
I believe there was talks of a bet being made. Do you know what I'm on about when I refer to this? And I'll elaborate if you don't.
I believe I may know.
As he pulls up the data from the analysis board we have, it was saved into the chat. I hope. Yes. Here we go.
So the bets are Sid to score 79.5 runs or more, so 80 runs and above. Peggy to score 101 or more. Wheels to score 80 or more. Myself to score 60 or more. Will Oates to score 30 36 or more. Had a very good opportunity to do that today.
Very,
Opening the
very
batting.
impressive as well. He must have done some work there to skip, working on the skip to get him up the order there, because that's a very optimistic call for himself.
He'll see less than 10 runs, which could be on the cards today if we are batting through, and hopefully these two can play to the end. That would, but we've also got Leno Rumford. Got to score 1 run or more.
I mean, this is prime betting territory here, because he's got to come in and he's going to have to go at a rate of knots from ball one, as that's just squirted wide of mid wicket, flicked around to deep to long on. Long fielder comes round and picks that up as they take 2 more. Yeah, he's going to have to come in, and he's going to have to come in the last 10, and he's going to have to go very quickly, very fast. He did very well at the Moat to score about 10 off about 6 balls that time, first game of the season.
Paddy was a good batting partner.
I do remember that batting partner complaining.
Lightning quick.
I remember him complaining very much about some stitch or something as Dilks sweeps that up in the air, and fielders are all converging round, and they've dropped it. Not even got a hand on it, as I don't think you can see. Three
I'm not
fielders
sure there was a
coming
call there. There was bowler mid on or mid wicket, and was that extra cover? All going for the ball.
It looked
Landed in the middle of them.
It looked like mid-on wanted it from the get-go, and the other two weren't so sure, but were still running towards it. And in that sort of situation, you just got to one person call it, even if it's the person furthest away, just calls to it and commits to it, because otherwise you get something like that where no one gets a hand on it, and that's just criminal. You can't get, especially with a player like Dilks' calibre, and at this stage as well, with 15 overs to go or so, you can't afford to be dropping those chances like that. There's a leg spinner. Oh my goodness me.
That's in the tennis court.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's gone in to out over extra cover to a leg spinner, danced down the track, and when I say he's middled it, it's come out the middle of his bat, and it's gone into the tennis court.
That's going to take some finding. I think I've good health and safety here, so hopefully if someone on the tennis court has been hit, they are able to be looked after. But that's huge. Everyone else.
I've just been informed we're on 222, which is double Nelson, so we're going to be on silent until we're off Nelson. Thank you. And we're back.
We are off Nelson. No, 4 more runs from last week. Somewhat a dog sweep.
Yeah, it was
Maybe just a hard sweep in front of mid wicket.
a bit of a swat, but yes, he got all of it over the mid-wicket ban, and there's a bit of a gap there between a sweeper and long on, and he's hit that down near a long on, actually, just wide of the man down there, near the covers down there for a good shot, 4 more.
Score comes to 226 for 4 of 37. By Damien. I'm just going to say another big thank you to Damien and MF, the media team. Bring this live stream to you. Again, just admire the quality of the cameras and the setup that we have here.
I tell you what, I'm also a massive fan of his gilet he has on. Look at that, that's a cracking bit of kit he's got there.
We've got the MMS 360 gilet.
Live, yeah, very
Red
good.
top, blue jeans. Good.
Yeah, good combo.
Good combo
Black
back.
gilet, but yes, both batsmen are in the 30s, 40s. I believe, if I can get it up for you, Dilks will be on around 40 now. Dilks is on 43 and Jared Lysott's on 42 as well.
Off 28 balls.
Cricket is the winner.
Sid, well,
Partnership is raced to 64 of 49 balls. These two both represent Kent's second 11 in 7 fixtures. I know our upcoming fixture in the T20 against Broadstairs, Dilks is unable to play because he's got Kent priorities. I believe Jared managed to get it off, but no, these two.
He loves it.
Jack Wheeler, stop hitting balls in the air. That's how you get to 100, mate. As the hockey teams have to come back from their game now, they look like quite sprightly that maybe they've won, but they're looking to get on a few beers and celebrate another win for the cricket team now. But yeah, they usually come down in full force and have a few beers outside. COVID restrictions apply, of course. A table of 6, then everyone abides to it quite well down here. But yeah, what a day.
Oh, what?
Oh, straight to point. Oh, and he's dropped. That is a very bad drop, ladies and gentlemen. Dilks has just sort of backward cut that straight to the man. Bit of spin, I'd imagine, off the bat, but yeah, that's.
Jared Gibson. Tell them to calm down. Think with him at the moment. What do you reckon the plan is from here on?
I think they want to go full force and be positive, bat on ball, but Dilks, he's just got to keep level-headed here because that's 2 chances he's given away in the 2 overs now, and I mean a couple of dots. Ideally, he can just bat through and be positive. Maybe give Sid the strike, give Jared Lysell the strike, who's hitting it quite cleanly at the moment. But realistically, what we don't want to do is we don't want to lose 2-3 wickets here early, quickly in the rate, trying to get in the last 10. We've still got about 13 overs left. Plenty of runs, plenty of time to still capitalise on some bad bowling if the opportunity arises. Like that, he's just hit that to the fielder again. You can see he's a bit frustrated. Look at his body language now. He does his mark, his head's down a bit. But yes, he just needs to keep level-headed. Jared had a word with him there, and he just seems to does his mark again. But we have an update from the second 11, as I believe they're bowling, aren't they?
Yeah, they're bowling. One of the toss. Put the opposition into the bat. 85 for 8 off 34.
Yeah, I mean that could be a very early booze of that. As I just mentioned, looked outside and see a barbecue's being lit by the hockey team.
What's your go-to barbecue? Sausage or burger?
Anyone that says a sausage is wrong. Just wrong.
Kebabs?
I don't mind them. I'd rather a sausage, but it's burger for me all day.
Burger. What do you have in your burger? What's your go-to? You can create your own burger. What do you put on it? You go bun? What type of bun? Brioche bun? Seeded bun?
Any. Brioche is a bit got a bit moister, a bit softer. I find seeded bun's a bit drier.
How are we layering this? Are you having a sauce?
Yes. What on the bun?
Oh, yeah. Could be a little bit dry.
Right. There's this new sauce I've discovered, which is like a burger. It's effectively a burger sauce, but it's literally just mayo and ketchup put together.
Yeah.
It's by Heinz. It's new. Yeah. It's seriously good. I would really recommend it. It looks kind of pinky, looks like a burger sauce, but it's not actually burger sauce.
Heinz do a very good burger sauce.
They do as well. I'm a big fan of burger sauce. Yeah. So
other brands are available.
Other brands, Heinz sponsor us. I'd probably say yeah. I don't mind. Mayo on a burger is actually not that bad.
Okay, I agree with you.
Ketchup on a burger is pretty standard.
Yeah.
So I feel like in between the two, burger sauce.
Ketchup and mayo.
On what?
Mayo is not bad. Ketchup's quite standard. So boom, mix the two together. Burger
Correct.
sauce.
That's what I mean. Offer something.
Right.
Give a little.
So you got your bun with your little bit of your sauce on it, just to keep it nice and moist.
Burger.
Go burger straight away.
I don't go.
Controversial.
Is it?
Okay,
Well, we're going bottom to top. Yeah.
Bottom to
Burger.
top. Okay, I'm going left first because then
What?
it keeps the moisture. Because how many times have you got there? You've gone to the restaurant or whatever, and then got your burger bun, and then halfway through it's just disappeared. Keeps the juices inside.
No, because you don't really bite.
See?
No, see, I don't really like biting down through a burger and then having to crunch after. I'm more of a crunch then find the burger.
Yeah. Put down there.
Yeah, well, that's as I believe Sam's coming on to bowl his 3 overs. I think it's Sam, the captain. It is. Yeah. Yeah, I'd probably go lettuce on top of the burger.
Oh, okay.
But I'd probably have. The one thing I've never really learned is do you go sauce, then cheese? Or do you go cheese then sauce?
Oh,
and this is the debate. Do you put the
cheese should
on
be melted?
Yeah, do you put the cheese on the burger on the barbecue?
Yeah. What I do is I will personally, I'll go. My go-to thing has to be the cheese and bacon. Cheese and nice crispy bacon.
Yeah, bacon. We've received a question from our captain who's sat out in the dugout with the boys. He says, question for the mic, what's the pitch doing? Well, seeing as we're both batting 8 and 11, we don't know much. However,
that's a lovely
it seems pretty flat, and upon reflection of your LBW decision, it looks pretty out. So, yeah, don't get hit on the front dog, mate. Chin up. But yeah, going back to the more important matter, bacon's not really available on a barbecue. I find.
Oh, we're talking barbecue burgers, are we? Okay.
Yeah, we're not talking. We're not talking gourmet. No, we're not that upmarket down here. As Dukes looks to sweep just inside edges down to man on 45. That's a single, I believe. Inside edge there, nearly got ball, but looks a bit frustrated as Dukes. But hopefully Jared can sort of calm him down with a boundary in the over. Check the Twitter, see if anything else has been updated. But no one's really been active on the Twitter recently. As Lars sort of cuts that through. A little bit of a stop there by backward point, actually did quite well. I think he got handled it, but it's raced away.
He's come back for 3. Good running between the two of them. Dillsey's quite quick between the wickets, as we've said already, and he looks to be nice and aggressive with his running here. Cantering through these few overs.
2-3-3 off the board. I have a question for you.
Yep.
You're stuck on a desert island.
Go for it.
We'll start with what 3 players you keep it taking with you
From which team? From our Canterbury team.
from our Canterbury team.
Obviously, me and you are coming. You're coming along straight with me, and it depends on. Do I want
Well, I feel like
I'll tell you what. One, Williams is not coming. He does a lot of anything. I don't really know. It depends. Who are you taking? Go on. You set this question up.
I mean, in all honesty, looking out there at the dugout there are not a lot of candidates I'd want.
I'll tell you who I am taking. He's not currently here, but skills. I don't really know what he's doing.
Again, probably I've only had one conversation with him, so and I've only really saw the bloke at pre-season. He's been away doing a lot of running and a lot of tournaments with marathon running or whatever he's doing. As we received another message from our captain. Follow-up question: how many wickets did Brett Lee take in his T20?
More than you.
More than me and more than you.
Well, that was like Jared. More wickets than Jared as well. More wickets than both of us. Probably more wickets than the whole team combined. I reckon it's. Let us know how many games he played.
Have a little guess, and I'll see how close you are.
I want to know how many games he played,
Alright,
and then I'll be even more horrendously wrong.
Alex Beck has replied with cream or jam first on the screen.
We've already done that. There's a week appeal coming in.
That can't be right. That must be international.
This is IC secret.
Yeah. Well, we can confirm for you, Jared.
28.
It's 28 international T20 wickets he's got.
That must be.
That's very low.
Very low.
Well, you know what? We'll check a reliable source. We'll check a reliable source of Wikipedia.
Yeah. And that's creamed by Dillsey. What a shot that is.
What a shot.
To get to his 50.
That is a great.
Hit that one hard through, almost through mid on. I'm not sure I would want to get in the way of that, but that's very well batted from Dillsey, who's progressing through the runs.
He really has hit that well. He timed his innings very well. Nearly gone for 2 sort of chances later on in the 40s when he's probably getting a bit flustered trying to think about runs, but he really has kept the tempo going throughout his knot. Played spin well, swept well, and looked to hit the outmen very well, as I'm trying to find here.
Well, what stats those are? Brett Lee, we'll go with his ODIs because we can't find stats on the T20s, but in 221 ODI matches, he's taken 380 wickets. Now that's quite a good go. Decent return that.
Yeah.
Bowling average of 23.3.
9 5-wicket hauls.
Decent.
Best bowling figures of 5 for 22.
No tenthers though. Quite poor.
Yeah, you've got to look to really capture. You've got to turn those 5s into 10s, I'd say.
Really got to double it. It's like 50s into 100s. Come on.
Yeah,
There's no point in getting 6 or 7. You might as well convert it.
And that's actually a very valid point by Alex Beck as he sends a message in cram or jam or first on the scone. Cream. Sorry.
Cream or jam?
We asked Will Oates, but we never actually answered because there was a wicket and we've been scrutinised quite a bit by the viewers for not capturing the wicket. As Dilksey laps that down fine, no fine leg there as we're trying to look into the window. That's an incredible shot, delicate touch. Keeper had no chance standing up trying to catch that.
Now, personally, on a scone, I go cream, then jam.
And that's why I like you because I also go cream and jam.
Yeah,
Jam.
It's like if you had the toast. Would you put the jam on and then the butter?
No, you wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't.
No, it's exactly the same. I don't understand the thought process behind jam. Like, I can understand people that might think cream goes on top of stuff. We're back on it. But Yeah, I don't understand the process behind people thinking cream goes on anything, easy goes again, but he just misses that. Should be a wide, and it is.
Yeah, I think what would be weird food when you go out?
Pineapple on a pizza.
Oh, controversial. I'm undecided. I'm a floater.
You know
Get on
what?
the fence.
When I was younger, I was a strong no, but now I can fully appreciate a Hawaiian pizza, and I don't understand the hatred towards it. I can understand people not eating it. Like for me personally, if there was an option for a meat feast, I wouldn't take it. I'd take a pepperoni or something else. But people that actively say Hawaiian is disgusting
It's not disgusting.
or don't eat it, and people go, how can you eat pineapple? It's actually nice. Just accept it. It's like as Dilsey goes for a reverse lap and gets that,
How's
fine.
it gone? How's it gone all the way? They should have been put back on the boundary.
Yeah, I think got both fielders very square of the wicket down at fine-legged third man. As Dilsey's trying to just use his pace to keep standing up as well. Bit of pace on the ball when it goes. I mean, by looks of him trying to sweep and play it, it's not easy to drive on, I imagine. But that being said, Jared Lysort's been smoking it to all parts. So
The slow ball comes out again for the left sweep again, but seems to find the field this time.
we have two more questions coming in. We'll start with the first one. Red or white ball cricket for you, Ewan?
Has to be white ball at the moment.
In terms of
okay.
playing, we'll cut down in terms of playing, and then we'll talk about the cricket and like international cricket and the way that media is like fans and viewing is going for cricket in general.
I say
And that barbecue smell is coming over, and that's a bit smoky, but
coming in the window. I think there isn't really one answer. Red ball cricket, white ball cricket. You've got to love both of them. There's nothing better in the sun than going with your mates, sitting down and watching an all-day game, and then coming back the next day and continuing watching. But the experience that you get as a fan in a stadium at a T20 match, I think is unparalleled. Especially if you go to the likes of Headingley, or you go to the finals day at T20.
can you imagine that game when Ben Stokes went ballistic?
Oh
That would be
my word.
exceptional. But what I will say is, I don't know, I can't speak for today because I've got a bit of a niggle, and we'll see how it goes today. But I enjoyed bowling last week with the red ball. What I'm not looking forward to is bowling tomorrow with a white ball getting smoked about. So it's very much a batsman's game in that sense.
So this is what I think 50 over. It's a perfect medium.
Yeah, 50 over red ball. And Lysort cuts that down to the man in the boundary, just looking to settle for one, as he feels that quite well.
It's a new bowler at this end.
No, this is still. Oh no, it is a new bowler.
He's a new bowler at this end. Bowling off spin as well. And then we've got these slices, yes or no. Well, there's a little bit of a
Story behind this. Hopefully he's listening on to the live stream. I doubt it very much, as it's the space cadet Finn Bob, who a few weeks ago came back from an away game at Minster. As Dilks looks to reverse sweep that, misses everything actually, and goes to the 45 for just a single at buys, I believe. Yes.
yes,
buys.
buys.
Finn Bob came back. A few boys came back to Polo Farm after the game at Minster, which was rained off, and decided to get on a few beers. And poor Finn Bob was waiting on a lift, but the lift never came, so he joined them, and he tucked into his what can only be described as his lunch of some slices of beef. And
And when we say slices of beef, we're talking about how you buy a packet of ham,
yeah,
honey roast ham,
yes.
5 slices, back to back.
Was it not?
Overlap.
Was it not the thick? Was it not like the 100 ones? Or was it literally just the 5?
No, it was the 5 of them, but this was beef, 5 slices of beef. And after manhandling them for about 5 minutes, eating them, holding all 5 of them at once, considering this is COVID, he then proceeds to offer, "Does anybody want some beef?
Anyone want some beef?
Anybody want some beef?"
COVID friendly, of course. Sanitised the beef, but yes, as Lysort reaches his 50 from a cut there at midfield. That's his first 50 for Canterbury, and a very good knock as well. Very, very well timed, very needed for the boys, as we need to update the scoreboard actually.
I think we're just waiting on an update.
As Dilks goes airborne down to deep square.
Spooning it into the
Too
gap
lucky.
between deep square leg and the wicket, just for 2 runs. The score is 252 for 4 off 40 overs.
Well, in the interview we had earlier with Wheeler, he said 280 was par, but we're looking to get more as Dilksy looks to reverse sweep that. Or actually, just genuinely sweep that left-handed. But yes, 280 he wants to be par as we're looking at the score. Oh no, I've got my Brett Lee stats up.
For a quick drink. We'll have a little bit of an overview of the match so far. 280 par, as Jack said. Heating up, it's getting harder, getting flatter. The outfield seems to be getting a little bit faster. It was a little bit damp earlier today, so the ball was slowing just ever so much. And as this bowler comes onto bowl with a long off, a long on, and a deep mid wicket. Both men behind the batter in the ring, and there is a cover sweeper protecting all sides of the wicket. Similar to what we saw at the start of the game, but all four men are in front of square this time. Do you reckon that's due to a change in the batting style?
Well, I think it's clear to see our intentions so far. We're looking to go hard now in the last 10 as we finalise in the last 10 now. But yeah, we're looking to go hard and dominate this last 10 and really put them under it, go at sevens, if not eights, and really put this game to bed early on and then look to put the foot on the throat in the final innings. We apologise for any background noise as the hockey team are dipping in and out trying to sort their barbecue, but not a lot you can do really as a joint club as Dilksey just swats that on the front foot straight to the man who was hiding behind where the ye old faithful Canterbury lot sit near the water the hose.
Week in, week out, they turn up.
Without fail, DG and the squad.
And they really make the club, don't they? They've been here since the start, been here since it really began, and come in, week out, giving us some support and asking those important questions.
Lysort swats that to cow corner really as a bit of a hoik really, just for the single. They really got the good field set.
Oh, they've got 5 on the range. As big backward square leg goes out, the ball hasn't really been getting up much. It's staying a little bit low, a little bit sticky. Big backward square leg, is that for the sweep or is it for the pull shot? Are they going to try the short ball option?
I wouldn't say necessarily it's a short ball, but it's that sort of shot there that you've just seen. Dilksey swats that on the front foot, and that's four
more runs. God, what a shot that was.
That's a great shot.
That's hockey if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, I played a lot of cricket with Dilksey over my time now. Back in the Kent Academy when he was a youngster, he was phenomenal at hockey and just that sort of shot there where he just sits on the front foot and flat bats it through mid wicket and like you watch now with a delicate reverse sweep as Ewan Monday's tucking into the party rings on an offer here. I'm predicting a little lap here as he goes boomtown hoik round the corner. This could be he wants 2. Fielder picks it up. Well fielded, but it's still 2. These 2 are very quick. And look at that, they made it with ease. And that was very good fielding. What else have we got for a controversial topic? Opinions of food.
Food?
Because we never really...
Here's one.
I've got one as well.
McDonald's.
I know, if you say what I'm going to say...
Chips and a milkshake.
Viewers, I was literally going to say the exact as... Oh my lord.
That's John Orban.
Now, I know Isaac Dukes is about 4'11" and a half, and he has a Harrow bat, but my, he's hit that very hard and very fast. 6 of the best from Isaac Dukes as we're racing along.
But back to the topic. Chips and a milkshake.
That's the topic that we both literally were about to bring up. As if that's commentary on sync. That.
Telepathy. Right. Chips and a milkshake. Yes or no? So, I know people in my house. One of them loves it. He'll order a milkshake and he'll order some chips. And instead of using ketchup or having any sauces, his sauce is his milkshake. And I think it's a little bit over the top.
I'd probably agree with that.
I think the occasional chip in the milkshake dip's fine. I think there are some people in my house which hate it. They can't stand it.
What, chip in the milkshake?
Chip in the milkshake. It's like, you bought a milkshake, why would you ruin the milkshake? But what milkshake do you get with it? See, here's the thing.
See, I know the answer.
Go on.
It's strawberry.
Oh.
Were you going to say chocolate?
No.
Were you going to say vanilla?
Yes.
Right, that's wrong. That's the worst one. Right, my view on this, ladies and gentlemen, is I don't do it. Am I against it? No.
Same here.
Would I do it once if I had one chip potentially and I had a milkshake? Potentially. I would probably eat my chips more so with a sauce. But sometimes not even with a sauce, as Lysor hits that over the top of backward point. Fielder just trying to chase it over his shoulder, but can't. And goes for 2 more. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm against it. I have done it in my past. I've not done it with I'm a vanilla milkshake man myself. I'm not a strawberry, not chocolate.
Banana's quite good.
Banana's a bit sickly for me.
Mm.
But I think all of them are a bit sickly nowadays. I think as a youngster, they're nice to grow up. But now the sizings are quite large and getting big older. As the man sort of swats that over the man who throws his hat in disgust as that goes for 6 more. I think he ran in a bit and
I feel like that might have pierced the fielder's hands. It's gone for 6 and he's tipped it over the bar, almost Tim Howard-esque.
that was Tim Hardesk, and he's now in to fetch that from the bush. But that's actually not far away from our camera setup. He's literally just next to the camera setup.
I think the bush has eaten him. He's disappeared into the bush.
Bullfinding's not that's another thing, village.
Bullfinding.
Bullfinding.
See, I used to be quite good at bullfinding, and then I realised that if I started doing it really badly at the start of the season, no one asks you to go and find the bull for the end. Now, here's the topic. What are the things that you do badly enough so you don't get asked to do them again?
That's easy. I can name about 5 things I did badly today in the warm-up, so I didn't have to do them again. Throwdowns to batsmen.
Agreed.
Jared Tague, captain of the team, knows I'm bad at throwing the balls to him, so I don't do them anymore. Wheeler, I threw about 7 balls to him, and he was like, "That's enough. I'm hitting them out of the middle." I was like, "That's fine." I did. As Dilksy looks to reverse sweep that and misses. Underarm throwdowns. I just don't understand how batsmen have the audacity to say, "Can you throw me some?" And then don't submit for us when we want to bowl. It's a shambles. Some do, some don't. Don't mention any names. Hit the ball out in the field. I can't stand it. I'll tell you why. Because it's a lot of pressure. You've got 10 other men, all expecting it to go a certain place every ball. You've got to hit it hard enough. Can't hit it too hard.
Yeah.
If you blink it, you get the 10 ways. So batting, I'm also left-handed, so that's a bit cack-handed. So that's something I'm not a fan of doing. Also, in the football, I don't go and goal. It's Jared Lyle sort of swats that straight hard down. I think it's 279 is the score on the board now. But yeah, he absolutely swatted that straight back down. But yes, I'm a bit of a box-to-box maestro in the warm-ups. I have to sort of carry the old boys team.
Yeah. Now with the warm-up, we tried. I mean, obviously the nutmegs rule. We've got small goals. What are your opinions on the nutmeg? Nutmeg's a goal and a goal's a goal. Would you put a goal as 2 goals because they're less frequent?
Yeah, so a bit of context for that. There was just a lot of nutmegs going on, so we decided, nutmeg is a goal, and a goal in the goal is 2 goals. Is 1 goal, sorry. Looking at today's game, it was 5-all towards the end, and then I think he scored 6-5 to make it to win it for the youngsters. But I mean, I'm on the youngsters every other week, so that's fine.
You've lost 3 in a row because it's currently 2-1 to the Oldie.
Technically, I've not lost. I've won every game apart from today, because I won. So the first game, the oldies won. I won.
You were on the Oldie.
Second game, the youngsters won. I was on the youngsters.
We drew.
We played 3. Oh, then we drew. Sorry. Okay, we drew. Then third game, I was on the youngsters. We won. And this game, I was on the olds and we lost. But anyway, I think in future the goals are ridiculously small. Like, let's go back to the moat when Sid scored that absolute worldie of a volley.
Screamer.
Absolute screamer. You can't do that anymore, which is a bit of a shame, as he sweeps that down to the man on the boundary for 1 run. A bit of a crowd turning up here. But yeah, the barbecue's flowing now, and yes, the ladies got the masks on. And the crowds all spread out really around the ground. The good thing about Polo Farm is a very nice open area just in front of the pavilion, so you can sort of spread out the people. The only problem is if it rains, we're in a bit of a spot of bother because we've got no covering really here. So, I'm going back 2 goals for an actual goal in the net, seeing as the nets are tiny, but good investment from Jack Wheeler as Dilksy reverse sweeps that in the gap. And that's gone for 4. That's an incredible shot between the 2 fielders set for that shot.
Now, what you do as a spinner in this situation, the quicker you bowl it, the easier it is for Dilksy to get on the reverse sweep. But if you slow down too much, does he then take you straight? And then you're defending both sides of the wicket, which you never really want to do as a bowler.
Yeah, it's a hard one. He's a leg spinner as well, so I feel like he's probably got to maybe vary his pace a bit. You can't set too quick. Like here, he's probably bowling at an easy enough pace to reverse sweep that. But because this bowler, I know I've seen him play before, he rags it quite a lot and he does get good revs on the ball. It's probably easier to trust the reverse sweep. Like for me personally, I'd be looking to sweep this hard, knowing that he's going to turn it, knowing that it's going to probably go past my leg stump. As Dilksy hits that.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's gone inches from both the bowler and the fielder covering, but goes for 4 runs. I mean, being right-handed against the leg spinner for most of the boys, it's a lot harder to sweep him if he's turning, but you've been left-handed, you'll go with the
Yeah,
spin.
I'd go with the spin. It's quite an incredible shot. To come out of your crease, down the wicket, and trust the process and trust your skills to just hit that so effortlessly through long off. Isaac Dilks, teach me. But the boys seem pretty happy down in the dugout there as I believe Will Oates has fallen asleep as he goes through the reverse, and he gets it fine. Fielder's chasing it as we're only settling for a single. This is incredible cricket as I've got a message from Hinge. Ladies and gentlemen, this is fantastic news. Hopefully my mum's not listening still.
Hi, Ollie's mum.
I've just got a message on a dating social media app from none other than Beth, who actually no, this is I messaged someone else, but this is a whole different other message. I messaged her today at 1:40 p.m. apparently, saying embrace the pineapple. I think someone might have been on my phone. So she just put, what's your opinions on olives? Now my name is Olive.
Olive, I mean, that's how I would. I think that's probably how I would describe it. Olive. I'm not a big fan personally.
And I tell you what, I did have COVID back in January.
Yeah, you could still taste olives.
No, I never liked olives beforehand, and I didn't like mushrooms either. But however, now don't mind olives. I wouldn't pick them. I had them in a dish. I had them in a bit like a rice and.
Would you pick them out?
Oh no, I've got a message from him.
Would you pick them out? That's the question.
I would have before, but yeah, I definitely. I was so hungry. Whereas mushrooms now, don't mind them. So
okay.
that's one of the things I've learnt with COVID.
You don't mind mushrooms?
Oh, flushed away. Sorry, we just got a message.
Got a new question. Out of 10, how good is flushed away? Now, is 11 an option?
If it is, I'm picking it.
Yeah. Is there anything wrong with it? No. I think storyline is a good thing. You are in it. You are a main character. And what are your opinions? What did you think about how the?
So full toss. It's over the waist high. Lysor's hit that longest part of the boundary easily
onto the covers. For those who know polo farmers,
no ball. This could be interesting.
There is a single tree, maybe about 80 metres, would you say, from where we're batting here, and it's gone into the tree and into the covers just underneath it. That is a no ball as well. He's given it his 6 runs. Is that also a free hit? I don't think so.
Yeah, it was a no ball.
It was a no ball.
So I think it has a free hit.
It is. We're waiting on confirmation from the umpire.
We have just received a message from Will Oates, but we can't mention it. Jared Tate, however, Tokyo Tea Rooms tonight. That was a sponsor previously, and it will shout out to Tokyo. Jared Lyshaw goes long. And that's 4 more
runs.
That was nearly a good bit of fielding, to be fair. He just came round and just tried, like Jadeja in that World Cup, when he took that cut.
What a grab
it was kind of like that. It looked a bit like that, but he didn't get enough on it.
Now, will we be going back to the Union Kent accommodation tonight after a few drinks?
I will not be.
I wasn't planning on it, but I mean, with those who believe that
Lyshaw is going boom here now. We've got to probably pay a bit more attention to the cricket and the viewing, because this is phenomenal batting.
Bye-bye.
Will Oates gives the fans what they want. Yeah, the fans want to watch Jared Lyshaw absolutely moose this. This is incredible hitting. Now, what would you do as a captain here?
Me, I'd speak to my bowlers, I think. Going
303. 306.
306 is the current score. If you've gone for 6, then 4, then 4 straight in a row, with 3 balls in a row, potentially look to maybe go slightly flatter or think about the areas where you're landing it. All 3 balls have been in the slot with Jared Lyshaw using his feet, but I believe this ball has also run down the car park, so this will take a long time to recover. So we've got lots to chat about. What other questions have we got coming in?
I would like to bring up something, Ewan, again, as mentioned before.
The runs.
The bets that we had in place.
What was Jared's?
I will find that for you.
I believe he was 79.5 or more.
Because I think he's on 79 or 81.
So what does this mean for him?
He buys a jug. Oh no. Sid was 79.5, so if he scores 80 runs and he's on a 74. Oh.
We'll not go too prematurely
but these two are coming up to their 150 run partnership again. I won't say anything too much, but this has been a fantastic knock as he goes high.
Oh, that's huge.
That's huge again.
Has that gone over the
That's
hedge?
gone over. This is incredible
What a film
striking.
that is as well, over the hedge.
I don't know what this commentary is. Like,
This is
the
junk.
poor bloke's going to have to come back and listen to this. This is incredible hitting from Jared
Let's
Lysott.
focus on the cricket here. Now, he's just destroyed the bowler here. He's gone 6-4-4-6, and that 6 we've just seen is ginormous. Again, targeting the same area as the first 6 he hit. Slog sweep over cow corner. And when I say over cow corner, within a second he's decided to let it go and start chasing the ball.
And I will say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say early doors, and I'm going to touch wood. If he does get near the dreaded 3 figures, we're going to have to go off mic and go and celebrate with the boys, because this has been a phenomenal knock here. He's on 80 now, off about 50 balls. Really added impetus into this knock. Not to mention Isaac Dilks is 81 off
Just
77.
very quietly, getting the attention of the over. Oh, that's another full toss. And it's 6 more runs into the nets as the umpire keeps both hands going straight up. A little bit of excitement coming in here.
Get a bit nervous here for the boys. I mean, the thing I love about the Canterbury is we all want everyone to do well.
You celebrate each other's
You
successes.
celebrate everyone's successes. Apart from Will Oates, I didn't want him to do very well at opening up. But yeah, like Sid's worked hard in his game. He's doing really well for Kent Twos. Hasn't had the best run of form lately. He's got a good 30 last week. But with the ball, he's sort of struggled a bit. Hopefully, this gives him that confidence that he can actually just keep doing this all season for us, because he is a phenomenal player and a great addition to the club.
And he's cut that away just behind the backward point, but not quite before as the cover fielder comes around.
I believe that could be the 150-run partnership as well.
God, what a partnership this is.
This has been phenomenal.
I believe that's Jared Lysott on to
80. No.
88.
82. Yes, this would be the bet done. This would be the bet.
This jug.
I will be mentioning that in the group chat.
Now you could be in the jug here, because less than 10 runs.
I don't think it's
still do have
justified.
tomorrow.
I don't think it's justified that I.
Just regardless. That is 321 for 4 of 45 overs.
321.
What did you say?
Yes, Jared.
Jared Lysott on 92 runs. And could be a maiden. I don't want to jinx it, but we could potentially be seeing a maiden Canterbury 100 here.
I think he's missed everything there.
That has gone through everything. So we're not
Umpire looks to be giving buys. That's the textbook umpire, isn't it?
Yeah.
Leg bite. Get it up, yeah. Phil Higgins, great umpire. Good bloke as well. Been around for years, donkey's years. Great umpire, still got it. I've known him since I was a youngster as well.
You are still a youngster.
Well, I'm on the old boys team in the warm-ups, so. Yes, Damien's trying to recruit a few more. Damien's trying to recruit another player, Ben Rutherford, for the commentary. However, Benno doesn't have the good chat really that we do.
No, but we could have a quick little interview with him if he would like.
He walks away, not wanting anything to do with us.
That sums up Ben Rutherford.
Yeah, well, good on. What shambles. Play cricket was 100. Right, well, we've just been updated. The play cricket is completely. It's just updated now. The updated partnership is 161 now, off about 99 balls. Which
Jared Lysott, 92 of 51 balls. Now, how about that?
That's
some good going.
And six fours and 7 sixes. This is phenomenal striking. It really has looked to slog sweep, and that's.
Oh, that's 4. That's more runs.
That's 4 more, and we're gonna probably. Oh, I don't know what to do. Do we leave?
You can't move. You can't move yet. When if
Right.
he gets it, emergency radio silence.
Ladies and gentlemen, if he hits Boomtown, is that one? We're going to have to quickly cut. Come and celebrate. We've been told by the team to go.
We will be muting for a minute.
Unfortunately, Jared Lysell has just been bowled by the bowler for 92, I believe. So it's the typical jinx has happened where all the players go out and get ready and to clap him, and yes, he's been bowled. So oh,
I do.
and I am now joined here with Geordie Bumble Hayward. Geordie, hello. Ollie.
10 minutes to play. I'm representing the club as well as MS 360 here. Obviously, the cameras made lots of runs. It's quite factual here at the moment. And another slight drop.
As Dilks squirts that away to that backward point. Yes.
Dilks is on
83, I believe. He's batted quite patiently and very well, almost over a run of ball, but yes.
cricket shot.
Yes, and that's Duncan Moore now on strike for his first 11 debut, his first game for the first in the Kent League. As Jared Lysell walks towards us, rather hot and bothered, as you can imagine with all that strike hitting. But he's now got to go and bowl 10 overs up the hill, so good from him. As the bowler steams in, that's a good shot, and he's off the mark. I'd say so, yeah, 4 overs to try and get as many runs as possible.
And they've certainly a really big score on it this afternoon, which is going to be some run chase for HSBC.
Yes. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go about trying to chase this. Dilks hits that down to deep square for 4 more. They've got a few big hitters in their team, and so they're going to come out hard early on, but fingers crossed that the score that we posed is quite an intimidating one, and they're sort of going to have to go pretty hard, pretty fast. And with our bowling attack, I'm sure we'll do quite well. So here's hoping that we'll go well. Dilks hits that far as well for another 4. I'll get the score up on Play Cricket.
Some of the much in there. Dilks has been in, has been almost Joe Root and I hesitate to put him in the same category, but certainly
Yes.
having some trouble.
Is that what's happening? I've not been following it today. I've been stuck here.
I think they've just lost. He's been out for 42. Wickets down.
Oh, bother.
And still back to
Better cricket to be played elsewhere, isn't there, Geordie?
down at Polo Farm. And there's a lot of hockey players up here. There's been a hockey match this afternoon in the club, which happens every Saturday. And anyone who's listening who likes hockey, you're very welcome to come along and test out your abilities as well. As well as the cricket, of course.
Yeah, the facilities here at Polo Farm are excellent. There's 3 pitches here for hockey. They always seem to come down on the Saturday afternoon, have a beer or a wine or whatever, and sort of sit down in the sun and watch us play cricket, and seem to have a bit of a fun. And they support the club and support the cricket boys, and the cricket boys look to do the same. Although I imagine with the hockey going on, hockey goes for winter, doesn't it? I'm not
hockey's
all year round.
Indeed,
4G.
from October to September.
Oh,
But
wow.
this year, because of
Yeah.
hungry to play. So we played a few matches against players here at the club to have some really fun hockey.
It's
And
just nice to get back out there, isn't it? And, like,
Absolutely.
that's what we found last year with cricket, in regionalised games and regionalised competitions. It's just nice to play cricket, to be honest. And like you say, inter-squad games, and it's good for the clubs. You know, everyone's coming back here for a beer, and the barbecue's going, and just to raise a little bit of money for the clubs. Last week, the cricket club had a little bit of a social where we had a barbecue as well. So it's just raising that bit of money for the bar, or just for any expenses or whatever for the club to do their job, really. But it's
that's exactly it. I mean, everyone's wondering we do that. Need
yeah. Summer's day. Yes. I must admit, I'm rather jealous that you've got your beer, your ale there. What have you gone for? What's your choice?
Oh, Gads, real ale fan here, not a
Oh,
lager man.
no.
No lager, no, just Gads here. It's on sale for £3.20.
Oh.
Excellent value.
Can't go wrong as that's out now. Duncan Moore's gone. Looked to be a bit close. There's a quicker ball. He's tried to work that through square leg. And I believe Ewan Monday, who was on commentary, will now be going into bats for the last few overs. I might need to soon go get some whites on as well, but here's hoping I don't, because I'll be very slow.
So that will make it 6 wickets down now. Canterbury stay away in the after that huge partnership of 170 odd. A big partnership. One goes and it's almost
Yeah,
to happen like that. It's something like 3 or 4 hours when you're looking to really push that score on. HSBC come back in. You've still got a mountain to climb. This is a big total. But they probably need to bat the field. You'd like to see them coming down to Beckenham, which is where the HSBC ground is. They've got lovely old
yes,
traditional
very
bank
nice
ground,
ground.
Midland
Yes,
Banks, I think it would
yes.
be. And I played hockey up there. It's a cracking ground. They play rugby up there, and they play
Tennis
football
as well.
and
Tennis courts
tennis.
there now.
And it's a lovely traditional old bank
Yeah.
ground, and the team from all sorts that play up there are all very competitive. They're very hospitable as well when you come there.
Yes.
It's a huge clubhouse and massive screen. So on Saturday afternoons, you get all the football as well. It's constant buzz and hum. It's a good place to go and play away. Really attractive as well. So unlike some clubs, which we won't mention, of course.
Ewan Monday faces his first 2 deliveries, both patted back to the bowler. But yes, going back to what you said earlier, Geordie, it's hard going in, I imagine, for a middle order batsman, especially how well both Jared and Isaac have batted for that 160-run partnership. It's nigh on impossible to sort of go in and replicate that. So it's, like you say, potentially losing our way a bit here. But I mean, at the end of the day, 330 runs on the board is a phenomenal feat, and to get anything else is an absolute bonus for us. Yes, they can sort of pull it back a bit, but the damage has been done effectively, and we're going to look to sort of really come out hard with the ball and take some early wickets and really kill this game off.
Absolutely. I mean, I just
Yeah, well, 3-4-1 for 6 off 48. You're going to look to score 360, hopefully.
Yeah.
I mean, as Dilks goes boom over deep square leg, and that's down. I can't tell if he's fielded. That's the problem with the long
He's
2 runs.
He's fielded that.
Yes.
Apologise for the slightly biased.
We tried to be as impartial as possible.
Indeed, but we're looking for an HSBC commentator when HSBC are batting.
Oh, well, maybe. We'll see.
because my colleague here, Ollie, is going to have to field.
As Dilksy goes straight for another 4, he's edging nearer his century. I believe he's on 99, I think now.
99.
I might have to go and cheer, so I'll come back.
Okay, so 30 opportunity time. And what happened last time? He was out. So we're hoping now. Okay, so it's 3:43, and it looks like Dilks, they've gone for a very quick swing. Oh, they've made it into 2, and he's on 101. That is a fantastic century. Cultured, really delicate century compared to his partner who was hitting the 6s. This guy has made a superb century, and we see the score now 345 for 6 with just under 2 overs to go. That was a superb piece of batting, and he'll be pleased because it's all been on camera. And he goes again, and just a single off that ball, so he's now on 102. So Duncan Moores is there to face the next ball. And they go for what looks like to be a quick leg by. Yes, so that should be 344. So Dilks is on strike now, and as the bowler comes in, he crashes it to mid-on. Great big cross-batted shot for just the 2 runs. So, end of the over, and we're on the last over. So we've got a last over coming up, and we're on 352 for 6. And Moores is facing. So bowler comes in, and it's a good ball. And it looks like he's, yes, very quiet dismissal there. Bowl, just a bail flipping on the ground. So we've got 5 balls left, and the new batsman will be on strike, which keeps Dilks away from the strike, which HSBC will be very pleased about, because really we should be looking at 360 final total, but we're still on 352. Having said that, the score is going to be a very large one for HSBC to chase. And the new batsman is off the mark, and so we've got Dilks on strike with 4 balls left. And as the bowler comes in, he tries a reverse sweep, Dilks, and completely misses it. So HSBC have come right back in this last over. There has been no runs and 1 wicket. But Dilks gets hold of this ball, and he is out. He's caught on the boundary, on the mid-wicket boundary, for 102. So, whilst they've got a very big score, Canterbury, they have fallen away in the last 2 overs, and HSBC will be, I won't necessarily say pleased, but at least satisfied with not letting Canterbury run riot in the last few overs. So they're going to be chasing just over 7 and over, and there's 2 more balls left of the innings. 7 and over is a big task, but on a superb wicket is manageable with the weather good, nice and sunny. Could be for a cracking finish. So if anyone's listening, and we know there are a few, and watching, take a trip up to Polo in a couple of hours to see the final. A few overs and hopefully an exciting finish. So 5th ball coming up with a new batsman facing. Going for a quick 2. Oh no, it comes back and no run out. Probably would have gone upstairs had there been the cameras, big cameras here, and the DRS system and everything, but that looked a very, very close call. But the batsman was sent back, so we're only on one run for that 5th ball. Last ball coming up of the innings, and it's neatly tucked away for the single. Just, yeah. So that's the end of the Canterbury innings, and we just get an absolutely confirmed score. And the final score is 356. There were so many wickets falling in there for 9 wickets, so 3, 5, 6 for 9. So HSBC are chasing 357 to win, and we are now signing off for 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes between innings, and we look forward to having you back to watch the HSBC innings chasing 357. This could be quite a game to either tune in or come up to Palo to watch. Signing off for now. From 360 Media, this is Geordie Hayward.
So, good afternoon. We're live at Polo Farm Sports Club, Canterbury Cricket Club v HSBC. Canterbury Cricket Club have batted, scored a whopping 356 for 9, and HSBC have just come out to bat after lunch, and they're 8 for 1. Oh, that's a wicket. Caught. So I'm on my own now. I've lost the two Canterbury players who were doing a fantastic commentary this morning, apart from talking about scones too much and food and pizza. I'm hoping somebody's going to come and join me that's got a bit better knowledge of cricket than I have. I have played a bit of cricket in years gone by, but not anymore. So it's a beautiful day here at the Polo Sports Club. The hockey players have finished their games and having a barbecue. So 8 for 2. So early shower then for a couple of the HSBC batsmen. And perhaps we'll try and involve them in the commentary. I'm sure they can do a better job than me. But anyway, we'll keep you updated with the score. So bowler comes in. Yeah, good ball. So 13 for 2 there. Big appeal by Canterbury. Just missed by the umpire. I have to say, you and Ollie from Canterbury Cricket Club did a fantastic job this morning commentating on the live stream. Covered lots of topics, mainly around food, less about cricket. So I'll explain a little bit today. I'm Damien from MMS 360 Media, and we are working in partnership with Canterbury Cricket Club, trying to help them stream live games from Polo Farm, giving them the equipment to do quite a straightforward setup. We will be here in force, MMS 360 Media, for the varsity match with our media hub, with multiple camera positions, and possibly, if we can organise it in time, a stump camera, which I will be working on next week to see if I can get one for that day, because it's going to be 3 2020 matches, I'm told, starting at 9 o'clock in the morning. So we'll be here at the crack of dawn setting up all the cameras, because we'll be using multiple cameras and our full streaming system that we have all rigged out in our portable media hub that we tow around the country doing events for people. But it's actually really nice to just be able to help Canterbury Cricket Club with something they can do cost effective on a weekly basis during the season to bring everybody the live action from Polo Farm. So hopefully you're all enjoying the action. We've had quite a few people text in. Oh look, that's a third. This could be over quite quickly. This is a great performance by Canterbury today. Got to love watching a bit of cricket. And Canterbury doing really well. So that's 13 for 3. I'll check the scoreboard in a minute. Moving forward with Canterbury with the live streaming, we will integrate the scoreboard into the system. This was today really just a test for Canterbury. Let us set it up for them, show them how it works, tell them how straightforward it is to use. We'll be given the backup and support throughout the season. Really just enable them to live stream some games without having to spend a load of money on equipment. So we've provided a 4K JVC camera with a wireless transmitter, the 300-metre range, which is bringing the signal into the, I suppose, commentary box, clubhouse. Into a laptop and then just broadcast over YouTube in full HD. The quality of the picture will be as such you could watch it on a 50-inch screen at home, as long as your internet connection is good. So 16 for 3. So I'll just update the ticker. Running along the bottom. I think the HSBC boys were asked if they want to help me commentate for the rest of the afternoon. But I haven't seen any volunteers as yet. So if you've got any comments, I'm going to put up on an email address on the ticker running along the bottom of the screen. You can email in if you want to say something. Congratulations to the Canterbury batsmen. I think we've scored 96 off 54 balls. Amazing innings. Yes, so you can email in now, live at mms360.co.uk if you want to put out any little mentions, give some support to the Canterbury Cricket Club. I don't necessarily think they need too much support today, they've just done a fantastic job. Scoring 350 odd. And HSBC are 16 for 3. Yeah, so we'll be adding in a scoreboard properly for the production moving forward for Canterbury. It's up in the air. So you're going to catch it? Yes, caught it. So that's another wicket. So HSBC really struggling here today. So 17 for 3. I think HSB just want to go home now, don't they? The monster performance by Canterbury. They're obviously loving the cameras. Oh, 4 buys. Yeah. Bit of a wild delivery there. Oh, close. Very close. Nearly got the outside edge of the bat. So, I have played cricket before, but this is new to me commentating on it. Do like listening to Test Match Special. I really think you and Ollie did a great job this morning at replicating the old TMS team. So send your emails in. Let us know your comments and thoughts of the match so far if you've been watching it. I'm not going to bore you too much this afternoon. I'll just keep you updated with the score. I need somebody to tell me the name of the player who got 96 off 54 balls, and who's the name of the other player who scored the century. I think a great partnership with them too. I think it was 160 odd runs last I heard. We had a little visit earlier on today from Geordie Hayward, who popped on and had a little 5-minute slot commentating on the varsity game. We're planning on having quite a few visitors turn up and help us with the commentary for the day. We're hoping that Richard from Canterbury Cricket Club can pull some stars out of the bag to roll up and join us. So 22 for 4. I'm going to say a big hello to Mr. James Limmer, who's at the moment self-isolating at home. Who's hoping to get him to pop along and have a little chat with us about what he's doing. You may remember James from commentating for us at Canterbury Rugby Club last year before COVID came along and scuppered the rugby, unfortunately. But hoping James can turn up for the varsity match, tell us what he's up to and do a bit of commentary for us. Hannah Mount, our creative director, will be here that day commentating. Very good cricketer herself, I believe, playing for Kent at the age of 15. I think I'm right with that. She'll correct me, I'm sure. So I've been treated to some real hospitality here today. Beer when I want it, which has been nice, sitting outside, watching the cricket, enjoying a cold beer. Spitfire lager, I think it was, they were pouring me. But really lovely up here watching the cricket today. Beautiful day. Started off a bit cloudy, but now it's yeah, just lovely. So bowler comes in. I don't know what end they call that here. Perhaps somebody will tell me. Yeah. Good fielding. Yeah, so do they call the got names for the ends for this cricket pitch? I don't know. Perhaps email us and tell me if you know Polo Farm Sports Club. So the plan today was to have Richard Durant next to me, commentating, but he's had to shoot off down to Thanet to play in another game because they're a man short. So unfortunately you're stuck with me for the rest of the afternoon. I'll keep you updated with the scores. I won't talk too much. So it's 25 for 4. The end of the over. That's another wicket. This is going to be over quite quickly. $25 for 5. But if it carries on like this, with Canterbury bowling the way they're bowling, you won't actually have to listen to me for too long this afternoon. So 25 for 5. I think the HSBC team have only been out there for half an hour or so and already lost 5 wickets. I think they're just demoralised really from the big score that Canterbury put on. So we will be introducing a bit more of the statistics for you during the live games moving forward. Player stats, batting stats. It was just important that we get the coverage right first time today. So my wife Ali has now found out that I'm commentating and asked me to give a shout out. She knows I'm not good at commentating or talking in front of people on camera, but somebody needs to keep you informed of what's going on out there. I'm hoping somebody's going to bring me over one of the burgers soon that the hockey club have been cooking. Really is a lovely ground up here. Yeah, I'm hoping that somebody's going to bring a burger over. I think they've all finished eating. There should be some spare ones. Somebody's just texted in to us and asked us, why don't we put the score on the screen? Yes, well, we're going to put the score on the screen. We're trying to provide a very simple and easy... Oh, it's another wicket. It's another wicket, so that's 6. This is going to be over very shortly. Yes, so we are going to have a scoreboard running more live than what we're doing at the moment. It's all about making it simple and straightforward for Canterbury to stream their cricket matches themselves, and us provide them with the support they need to do that. Little tweaks along the way we'll make, I'm sure. I'm sure eventually we'll introduce 2 cameras for them into the stream. On Varsity Day we will have multiple cameras in operation. We might even put the drone up as well on occasions and give you a bird's eye view of Canterbury Cricket Club. And as I said earlier, we're going to look at trying to get a stump camera because with the media streaming system we use, that should be able to integrate quite well into our workflow, and adding a stump camera will just give you a little bit more of the action. So 25 for 6. Lots of smiles from the Canterbury players. Out in the middle. I'm not expecting Kent. That's out. That's out. 25 for 7. I'll have to text the wife and get her to come and pick me up soon, I think, because this is going to be over fairly quickly. $25 for 7. I can only imagine this is an off day for HSBC. So Richard Durant is going to let me know how he's getting on, where he's playing today. I think he said he was playing down in Thanet somewhere. Perhaps, Richard, you could text in and let me know. Canterbury seconds. So that is just a guess. So 26 for 7. I'm sure HSB don't want to hear me say that too many times. 26 for 7. Oh my God. That is, yeah, unbelievable. Thrashed that one away for 4. No, got saved by the Canterbury fielder. I'm sure there's a specific position for where that fielder was. But having not played cricket for several years myself, I've forgotten all the. It's definitely not silly, whatever it is. What is it? No, can't remember. Tried to think about it. Can't remember what that position is. I'm sure if we can find some cricketers around, they'd be able to tell me what that position was. What you call a position? waiting for. Just thrashing at the ball now. So somebody very kindly just messaged me in. I think that ball, which I wasn't sure what the position was, went back to deep backward point. Or third man. One of the two, difficult to see from this angle. Thank you for sending that in. That's going to be quite helpful. I'll try and do a professional commentary now and tell you where the ball's gone. Impress you with my knowledge. So, well, that just went back to the bowler. Right, so Richard's just messaged me in and telling me what's going on with the scores elsewhere. That's another wicket. 26 for 8 now. 26 for 8. No, sorry, 33 for 8, I'm told. So they did score a few runs. So 33 for 8. I'm probably just hoping to see if they can get to 50. So anyway, back to that. Richard has just texted me in. The threes are 72 for 2, chasing 167. And he's going to let me know the 2 score in a moment. I'll keep you going, updating me what else is going on with Canterbury cricket around the county today. 33 for 8. My argument to Canterbury Cricket Club would be that Canterbury played so well today because the cameras are on them. I'm sure Richard would agree with me there. So he's just paced that. It's out. It's out. He's giving it out. Poor communication between the two batsmen there. I didn't get a chance to tell you the position he played it off, but apparently it's silly mid-off. I think I've come across that one before, silly mid-off. I'm just going to get an updated score. I think it's 33 for 9 still. So 33 for 9 now. That's a shame because I'm just sort of warming up on the old commentary now. So got my positions in cricket. Played that one back to backward point apparently, and that's over. No, it wasn't backward point. That was mid wicket. See, I need to turn my diagram around the right way. That was mid wicket. Is that it? It's over. And that's it. That is it. I missed the last wicket. I'm busy looking at my positions on a cricket field, but that is it. It's all over. I'll get the final score for you in just 1 second. So 33 all out. That was less than an hour's play actually. What I'll try and do in a minute was get Ewan and Ollie back over, just to have a little review of the game. Perhaps they can tell us how HSBC went wrong today. Were they just put off by the big score that Canterbury put on, or was there something else going on today? Was they missing players? But stay tuned. We'll go and grab a couple of the players now and have a word with them. Right, so Ollie has just joined us from the changing room. A lot of banging on and celebration going on in there. So I'm just going to hand over to him and get him to tell you his thoughts on, I suppose, what happened with HSBC today, really. Because 33 all out isn't probably something they're... No, they're not known for that, are they?
No, so they've been struggling the last few weeks, so we knew that. So we really, when we batted first, we really wanted to impose a big total and sort of intimidate them with that. thinking that they're going to try and come out hard and maybe not get a few away, but we never really thought that anything would be quite like that. Joe Rice sort of Bello bowled beauty up top, bowling really good areas. Joe was getting it swing, getting it to nip around, probably more so than they did. It just everything went our way. The catches were taken, the run-outs, we got a run-out as well, which we've always been aiming for. But all in all, it was the perfect team performance. I mean, winning by 320 odd runs is phenomenal, really. So yeah, I'm here with Ewan as well. Ewan's got some thoughts on the game as well.
Yeah, I thought the real big difference was the fielding side. I mean, we didn't drop a single catch in that game, I don't think. There was one drop catch, but that wasn't too costly as opposed to HSBC, who dropped Isaac on about 20 odd and then multiple times throughout his innings. And I just thought the fielding side was exceptional from us. Obviously, the batting from our boys, taking our time to get in and then making sure once they did get in, they didn't give their wicket away like we saw with lots of the HSBC lads.
Yeah, I think fielding's a big issue, but I mean when a team's getting runs, that happens. Misfields happen. I think for me, the bowling, I don't think, apart from the odd wide Joe was seeking searching for a wicket, we didn't bowl a bad ball at all. We never let them settle. We never let them get a good ball. Whereas when we were batting, there was the odd four ball, or there was a bad ball where you could sort of settle in and really sort of capitalise on it. And then your nerves are settled. You've got the four ball to the over, and you're going at sixes. Whereas that never happened. They were 20 odd for 4 after 10, and yeah, most of them were wides because we were searching for wickets. So we never the amount of runs off the ball, off the bat, was very minimal.
Yeah, I think there was also just a constant pressure. You know, when we were bowling, there wasn't obviously, as you said, that four ball. Whereas it just allowed us to keep the pressure up, and then when that pressure built and built and built, they eventually gave their shots away. I mean, some of the wickets, they were questionable shots and helped us out a lot. But I think that we just kept piling that pressure on and forcing them into mistakes where they missed out.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fun day in the sun, as we said earlier.
Fun in the sun.
A bit annoying, I didn't get a bowl, a bit of a TFC for myself and a few others.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, no worries, mate. But again, we'd just like to give a big shout out to Dave and MMS 360 Media because, Benno can now go away with his footage. Hopefully, any viewers out there still listening, Alex Beck maybe. Hopefully you've enjoyed it and a bit of the commentary and a bit of a laugh with us throughout the day.
Benno can now show everyone the Kent League fifer that you wanted on your bucket list from earlier.
Yeah, that was on my bucket list. Win or lose, we're on the booze. So we're going to enjoy a few cold ones now.
Oh, what a day!
What a day, up the boys.
And little update. It's hot.
It's very hot. Cheers for coming, boys.
Cheers, boys. So that's it. HSBC all out for 33.
So we're actually going to sign off today, just very shortly. But I'm joined by one of the Canterbury players. So, what your name is? Duncan. And this was your debut today, was it?
Yeah.
So, how do you think it went? Well, okay, so where were you playing? What club were you playing for before?
I used to.
And you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah. And how different is it playing for Canterbury than playing for, say, Broadstairs?
It's a better.
Awesome. So, where are you playing? Are we back here next week? Is it, or do you know what's happening? Is it what the fixtures are? Yes, no idea. Okay. All right. Well, I think we're back here next week. So, thank you for joining us and saying a quick hello. And well done on your debut. Good result for Canterbury. And that's it for the afternoon. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the coverage. And we'll see you next Saturday for more. Thanks very much.